Continue with the weekly AllSigns Love Readings. Welcome in. This is Jenny at 7 Chakras Tarot. So I've made a lovely oriental setup with it in mind that it's going to be Chinese New Year, completely forgetting about Valentine's. But it is Year of the Horse, so we've got energetic, independent and joyful, which I like that vibe. Okay, I have had some drama, which is why I'm very late doing these readings, but I cried yesterday. Like, it's not good. I thought my car was just going to need repairs and the whole thing's going to have to be scrapped and it's worthless. So, yep. I've gone from having a car and being a car owner to not having a car and not being a car owner, and my whole lifestyle is going to have to change. Still trying to come up with a plan, but not feeling as bad today. Yesterday, I went to go and pay the existing bill on the car and I just felt like it was outside of my own body. Do you know what I mean? I think I was just completely in shock because I wasn't expecting this at all. So forgive me for not going on, but it meant that I needed to work around my parents, the grandchildren, like coming and going from school. I needed to get to the pharmacy and it needed to be when mum could do it, not, like I can't just do my own thing anymore. So OMG. Friday the 13th, not good for me. Like, my best friend Amanda, she loves Friday the 13th. She swears it's lucky for her. So we've done a little poll so that people can vote whether Friday the 13th is traditionally, whether it's been lucky for them or not, because it's definitely not lucky for me. Oh my goodness, I couldn't joke about it yesterday. My colleagues were trying to be really nice. They were trying to like make me laugh and I was just like wanted to burst into tears, to be honest. Because I work about an hour away from where I live, so do you know what I mean? I might have to change workplace and stuff like that, which when that's your choice, that's fine, but when it's not, it's a different story, isn't it? So anyway, do you like my I've got these pots that I made, these mugs that I made in pottery. This is called Himalayan salt, this glaze, and then there's a couple of other glazes, like a blue one and a white one, but I just love them. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to do glaze combinations instead of just one single colour. So yeah, these are all my pots here. So that's something nice to focus on amidst everything. Work's a total crisis as well, but I'm not talking about that because that's confidential. Just crazy times, crazy times. So yes, we're definitely doing the 6 signs today. I'm not having a Valentine's, I'm having a Valentine's with my family, which was my sister's idea. So happy Valentine's Day if you're celebrating it. If not, make it into a Valentine's. Who cares? I've got bigger ish to deal with. So I am welcoming the distraction of tarot today after the week I've had. So let's get into it. Sorry, my cards are a mess. Okay, so we're still on the Star Brights Tarot deck. Yeah, so any nice comments, loves, likes, subscriptions, anything you can do to cheer me up. Because life is wank at the moment. I'm sorry, but it is. Do you know what as well? I was just thinking on the last weekend how money's like stacking up nicely in my bank account, and now I feel like I haven't got enough, and I just feel like that sums up life. It really does. Hi, welcome in. So basically, these are collective love readings. I don't take questions in the chat. I don't pull cards for anyone. You can You can organise a personal reading with me though. Personal readings are £25 because they're really long. I do business, health, I do love, or anything else that you want. But the love ones are as long as these collectives. They're like 45 minutes to an hour. Deep dive, excavation, loads of advice, really, really nice readings. So, and I have 100% success rate. So yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, I've just noticed on this one, where the handle joins onto the mug, it looks really cool actually, how messy that is, because the glaze is like split up around it and like behave differently. Oh, Varian Redbeard's here, amazing. So I go through each of the signs. I'm going to start off with Libra. Okay, so let's have a few shuffles and we'll get on with it. On the plus side, yesterday was freezing cold, pouring down, overcast. Today, although there's been a frost, it's beautiful and sunny, and it does help. My God, it helps. Bright blue sky. We've not seen that for weeks, so you'll hear the birds singing in the background. I've got the window open. How was Friday 13th been for you guys? Because my best friend swears that it's lucky for her. So lucky for her. And it's disastrous for me every year. Every year. So I've got a little poll going on my community page, if you will. Click on that and just have a little vote, because I am really intrigued. Let's do one more shuffle. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra feeling in this? What week are we up to now? Second week, third week of February 2025, because we're looking at the week ahead. With regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in, 3 cards for how Libra's feeling first of all, please. Oh, thank you for the likes, the loves I really need at the moment. The 3 of Pentacles reversed. So Libra, you could be feeling a lack of teamwork, a lack of cooperation with the one that you care about, the one that you are interested in, the one that you are dealing with. These are increments of time, money and energy, okay? And it's people coming together to provide that, to work together as a team, to achieve some sort of common goal. And in a relationship, that's really important. So you feel like someone's like working against you or being uncooperative at the moment. Let's get another for how you're feeling. Right, we've got a few here. Let's have a look. Well, we've got 4. Okay. Now, this is to do with family. It's to do with lasting generational wealth. I'm not 100% sure what position that came out in. The 9 of Cups is to do with personal satisfaction. 9s are about being single or you as an individual, how you feel. Do you feel satisfied with life? And it's reversed. We've got the Lovers reversed, and we've got New Beginnings reversed as well with the new moon. So this is the major arcana for Gemini. The Lovers is the twins. Okay, it's two people who are just made for each other. They've signed a soul contract in the 5D to be together in the 3D. And it feels like you've always known one another, even if you've just met. Okay, it is very Six of Cups, but it can be instant. And sometimes we feel like we need to be together in this lifetime, but it's too difficult, so we must be together in the next lifetime. The Lovers is a more intense card than the Two of Cups or the Six of Cups or something like this. It's very, very like we are meant to be together. That's reversed. So I think you're dissatisfied in the romance stakes at the moment. It could be pointing to dissatisfaction of an ex when you're trying to sort out finances, trying to separate, trying to divorce, trying to deal with legalities. But it could be that, as well as, you know, just feeling like you haven't got this budding romance going on as a nice distraction. Because this New Beginnings is reversed as well, so you may feel like you haven't found your person and you've got to deal with all of this. Let's get one more for you because they were a combination. Hi, Francis. Oh, Valentine's Day. Seven of Wands reversed. Now, on this card, it talks about being defensive, having to defend yourself against attack, but I think the Seven of Wands, because I'm like obsessed with loads of different tarot decks, and they all have different pictures, which bring about slightly different meanings. For me, it's about determination. It's about trying your hardest to gain the high ground, to get the advantage. You know, sometimes that means defending yourself. Now, looks like it's a siege. It's just too much. It's indefensible, you know. So you might just feel like life is not fun at the moment. It's just not fun. Let's see who's showing up for you. The Page of Pentacles reversed. The Page of Pentacles, when it's upright, that's someone who's kind of like holding on to a little bit of time, money, and energy, and they're looking to invest it somewhere, you know, in a person, kind of on the lookout. If anyone strikes me as intriguing, interesting, hot, but also like, you know, good on paper, then I might like to ask them out, or I might like to, you know, like find out a bit more about them. It's being open, it's being curious, it's looking to date someone, you know, try giving them a bit of time, money, and energy to see where it could go. It's curiosity. With that being reversed, this person is not looking to do that. So that's really weird that that's coming out as a love interest for you. High intelligence one. Hi, Kamal. Yeah, you've got another mod. The Devil. What is going on? Capricorn, major arcana for Capricorn, aspiring. Ooh, that's interesting, isn't it? Because normally we get, addiction and codependency and it's toxic and this and that. I mean, Capricorn, that's true because Capricorns are very focused on goals, and if a goat can get anywhere, it'll get to the top. It will get to the top of a mountain, the top of a cliffside, the side of a dam. It's like, ain't no mountain high enough, it's the goat. So I like that. It's more positive because I always feel guilty saying this for Capricorn's major arcana. Now, mountains represent obstacles. These two people are bound to one another. So that's where we can get obsession, codependency, or just, it doesn't have to be two people. It could be a person and something like work, being a workaholic, or being like obsessed with a particular goal. So I wonder if this person's not looking for love at the moment because they're very much focused on a particular goal or aspect of their life that is not love. Do you know what's freaking me out is one of my best friends that I lived in Italy with, her ex-husband is a Capricorn. So she's going to be watching this like, oh, for goodness sake. And they are going through a divorce, like. So it could be that this person is being uncooperative, they're an ex, and you're trying to separate from them. Or it could be that, you just feel like you haven't got any romance going on and there's someone showing up who, they don't even have to be Capricorn, to be honest. They could just be focused on other things. They're not looking for love at the moment. If you see, there's a lot of earth energy here. So every time we've got pentacles, that's Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. It's about dealing with the 3D realities, of everyday life, like your bills, your mortgage, your rent, your subscriptions, your outgoings, being able to gift people, moving up to major kind of like leveling up. We've got a lot of pentacles on both sides here. So there's very practical energy, which isn't very Valentine's, is it? It's not very romantic. Gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm wheezing terribly, which is getting me down as well. Hopefully I'll get a new inhaler this week. Knight of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, just not looking to invest at all. The Moon card, which is the major for Pisces, is reversed. So that's when we're overcome with fear. Too much fear to kind of move ahead. The World card is the end of a cycle. It's completion. So they're a bit contradictory to me, Pisces reversed and the World. We must remember they're in combination, so... The Star card is upright, which is good. Aquarius, major arcana for Aquarius, it gives hope. It's like healing, which leads on to then wish fulfillment. Maybe we have got... I don't think we have, though, because we've got the Page of Pentacles reversed. We've got the Devil. It does seem like there's a very negative mindset due to fear, and we can't get completion. We can't get this ending of a cycle and get healing. I think this could well be a toxic ex that is just not letting things move forwards. They're not letting this cycle close. Because they're clinging on to the past. They don't want to complete things. They don't want to close the book. I think it's don't want because we've got a Page of Pentacles reversed. We've got a Knight of Pentacles reversed. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Can you see all this? You can, can't you? The Knight of Swords. Fast thinking with the fox. Now, this could be good or bad, and I've always leant towards bad with the Knight of Swords because it's a message that's going to be delivered urgently. Knights are in active pursuit, but swords are rapid communication, and when you speak very quickly, I don't know if that's going to be good or bad, but it says fast thinking, so... And foxes are very smart. They outwit all kinds of predators. Like, I've spoken about this before. I was walking through the woods near us, near the coastline, and a fox was hiding in the brush, and it ran sideways. It didn't run sideways, but it crossed over the footpath, and where a dog, you know, which is all tame and kind of like very kind of overexcitable, frivolous, kind of got the scent, it ran along the pathway because it's so much around humans that it just kind of thinks like that. And the fox like crossed, it went perpendicular to the pathway, and it leapt into scrub, which, not scrub, it was like thorns and like just really inhospitable places where a lovely fluffy dog that's all silly wouldn't go. Because they're just wusses, aren't they, really? ADHD, looking everywhere, like tongue hanging out, overexcited, just ran forwards along the path. So foxes outwit all of the time. So I don't know if you're going to need to outwit this person to sort of deal with their malaise or their reluctancy or troublemaking, if it's going so far as that. That does make sense, doesn't it? It's like this person putting their feet down on the ground, trying to slow things down, and you're getting frustrated with the lack of new beginnings. And you feel a little bit ambushed, but I think you're going to find a way to outwit this person, because if they are an ex-husband or an ex-wife, you know them better than they know themselves, right? So you know how they think. So it could be positive depending on how you look at it. Well, I like that you love my accent because that's all I've got going for me at the moment. Right, let's get 2 more for the outcome. Coffee tastes better out of a mug that you've made yourself, you know. That is tasting really good. My own mug in use. Oh wait, we got the Queen of Cups, and what else did we get? The Page of Cups reversed. What is going on? Let me just review the cards. I don't think we've got any court cards yet, have we? That's crazy to me, and if you look, like, you'll see why. The Queen of Cups is someone, when she's upright, she's very forgiving. She's got an open heart chakra. She's open-minded. She wants to move on. It's a healthy mindset, you know, a healthy approach to life. Like, we're all mad to start with, but at some point you've got to let stuff go. At some point you move forwards, okay? When you don't and when you can't, that's the person that holds grudges, and that's very toxic. That's a muddied heart chakra. It really hinders, you know, you cut off your nose to spite your face, you build up negative karma for yourself. All you do is you kind of get this dark aura that doesn't attract, you know, high vibrational people because you're just holding grudges. Now, I get that it takes longer for people to heal if they feel like someone's really screwed them right over. It does take longer, but it only hurts you to continue being in that kind of like hatred. It's really bad for you, you know, the chemicals that go into your brain and how that affects your body physically as well. Just not good for you. So the Queen of Cups is the right way to be. Yeah, it's fairly calm water beneath. Water is emotion in tarot. It's that Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. Live and let live. You know, if you're a nurturing, forgiving person, you kind of, you go with the flow a bit more. You let badness move through you. You don't try to battle with it and drain yourself. It always kind of works out better in the end. The Page of Cups reversed in combination with it is such an oxymoron, because Page of Cups is like an offer of an apology or simply an expression of emotion, like, I forgive you. I don't want to hold on to this. Let's move on. Let's let this go. Like, even if this is the last time we see each other, let's just let it go. Leave it on good terms, because you never know what's going to happen. But with that being reversed, it's like strange, isn't it? Do you think there's a bit of resentment because it just seems like you're trying to be positive and they're being very negative? But you're gonna have to outwit this person. Yeah, like 100%. I definitely ruminate on stuff and it kind of hurts me. But I just can't believe how some things have turned out in my life, do you know what I mean, when it comes to love, like how bad it went. But I have always found new people, new places, new things. It does always get better, and so you just learn to kind of let the feelings happen and then know quietly, confidently that there's going to be change, because change is inevitable. And life's quite miraculous, you know. It's very miraculous. Takes you off on a whole new course. It can be very exhilarating, very exciting. Right, we've got a lot of cards here. It's unusual for me to get this many. If I just grabbed some that were already there, yeah. The Six of Pentacles upright is equal give and take. You know, like increments of time, money and energy being put in. Like a screwdriver always makes you think of hard work, doesn't it? Like an honest day's work. Practical, problem solving. These are increments of time, money and energy. 3 from you, 3 from your person. It's nice. That's what everyone just wants, basically, something that's fair. Queen of Swords reversed is a divorce card, to be honest. The Queen of Swords, when she's upright, is air energy. You know, swords are communication, their facts, their knowledge, their research. It's logic and reasoning. So again, we've got sharp-mindedness. Now that comes after fast thinking. We've got sharp-mindedness, but it's Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. When the Queen of Swords is upright, she's fair, she's reasonable, but she's detached from emotion. It's like, let's work with the truth. Let's work with the facts. Let's be honest. If you cross me, I'm not going to take it. Okay, so it's really strong boundaries. When it's reversed, people who are good at thinking on their feet, people who are silver-tongued, they can smooth everyone right over. They're dangerous when they work against us. But I do feel like you're having to play a little bit dirty to get what you need out of the situation. So I'm not going to judge you for that. Okay, so this is the altar at which we gather all the tools and we pray to be successful in some major goal, some major ambition. The magician can manifest their dreams into a reality because they have all the tools to succeed, okay? There's innocence and purity in these white roses here. We've got the Ace of Pentacles, so the right investment, the right resources, the right time, money and energy. We've got having the passion, the drive, the motivation, the enthusiasm with the Ace of Wands, the energy. The Ace of Swords is facts, knowledge, research, planning, delivering, things in a way that is consumable. Very good communication, presenting things in the correct way, in a way that people understand, in a way that appeals to people. We've got the Ace of Cups, which is like the emotional side of things, like I have the patience, I have the love, I have the emotional resilience to kind of like keep going and forgive people for, whatever. I know when to move. I'm not kind of driven by my emotions. I can be calm, I can be patient. I know the time to strike. The Emperor upright, so that's leadership. So we've got the Magician, we've got leadership, Aries energy. We've got like this desire for fairness. We've got this sharper-mindedness, but almost to a point where it's outrageous. Then we've got, the King of Pentacles. What have we had so far? We've had the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Swords. Now we've got the King of Pentacles. Now this is interesting, they had the Page of Pentacles, they had the Knight of Pentacles, and now they've got the King of Pentacles. So I think that could be them. Look, he's had that crown knocked off his head. He was upright, he was abundant. Now this Emperor is coming to, it's like bumper carts, like the chariot's going to bash into that King of Pentacles and knock the crown off his head. This is very clear. Okay, so you are the Queen of Swords. You are going through separation or divorce. And you're going to have to topple this person who's got tight hold of the past, who's really dragging things out. Seven of Swords, sneakiness, and that's upright. We've got the Four of Swords reversed, a restlessness. So this is like, I can't let this go on anymore. I'm going to take control and I'm going to take this car off the track. I'm going to head this off at the pass. I'm going to do something dramatic to bring this to a close, because what we want is completion. What we want is, a chance to heal, a chance to move forwards. And you can't do that when someone's too afraid to kind of embrace new. I think, Libra, you're ready to embrace new, and it's going to need, some quick-wittedness, some sharp-mindedness, and some sneakiness, to be honest, to outwit this person that's trying to... It's like they've got their own agenda, and they're trying to drag things out, and it could be financially motivated. It could be financially motivated. You know, like they're trying to make things kind of drag out because it suits them to do that in some sort of practical way. Because I don't get them crying over you. I don't get them feeling like they don't want to deal with it. You know, going into denial for emotional reasons. I don't get them being heartbroken. It seems very much an exchange of money here. And a lack of cooperation when it comes to money, assets. Let's get a message from them. What is it that this person liked or loved about Libra? You might not want to know. I never believed in soulmates, but then I met you. So they feel like they're losing their soulmate. You bring out the best in me. Okay, so they could have felt like they did really well. Like either you made a good team or they tended to benefit, you know, a lot from the setup that you had, and therefore that's pissing them off and they're resentful that they're kind of going to lose it. Maybe they're not confident in their own abilities to make money or keep money, or to just get, you know, like that balance in day-to-day life. Let's get another message. There could be an air of codependency here, which is why they're kind of like not letting you move on. I have so much desire for you and sex. What on earth? Are they going to try and seduce you? That's wild. I don't know what to say about that because she would spit her coffee out. She would be like, what the hell? Absolutely not. She'd get the ick off it. Oh, God. Why is this happening? To help you discover your true potential, because you're more capable than you realise. Okay, you can outwit this person, and if you look, you're the Emperor, which is all four kings. They're the King of Pentacles reversed, so you are going to knock them off their feet, to be honest, to make space for something greater. Okay, so you're going to have to stage a coup here and do some planning, do some thinking, get some special, you know, legal advice, and speed things up if you want to get free of this situation for good. What's the karmic lesson? Karmic ties, some connections hold unfinished lessons. This could have been a collaboration that you weren't happy with for a very long time, and you kind of didn't have the confidence to undo it at the time. You could have got to the point where all of this struggle and strife, everything that's happened has culminated in this day where you suddenly feel like, for fuck's sake, like, I know I can get this sorted. Yeah, this has been going on way too long. I'm a different person to what I used to be. It's some sort of like evolution in you. You could have felt like, you know, for a long time, this person's just not, they're more parasitic than helpful. They're a dead weight. And that's why you know it's going to be a relief to get rid, because you'll be able to kind of float and fly instead of feeling like you're tied down by your ankle to something. Hi, BJ Wilson, just me. Okay, let's have a look at the messy truth. The tea is cold now. You're so over it. It's been going on way too long. It's not just expired. It's past expired. It's not dramatic anymore. It's boring. You know? You're so over it. Ancient history. Never mind. Never mind the past. It's ancient history. What is it that's like weird about this person, that's unhealthy about their attachment to Libra? They're two-faced. It could have started off as a brief affair, and then you married this person, had children with this person, and you actually, you know, when love turns to hate and you think, wow, I never knew how snide this person was. I never knew that they would cross me like this. I never thought that they kind of hated me as well as loved me, you know. It could be that one of you or both of you have had affairs, because there's just such a distance, emotional distance between you, or dissatisfaction, or a sense of like, I'm not safe with this person, and don't mean like they would hit you or anything like that, but they kind of are always geared a bit more towards what's best for them. That's what I mean. And that may have come out more as you've tried to separate from them. In a fog, fear, obligation, or guilt makes you stay. Okay, so children being involved or just not wanting to announce divorce. Devotion blooms, nurture both blossoms and thorns with tenderness. You could have felt like you've actually really tried with this over the years and tried to look at it in a fair and healthy way. Tried to get counsellors involved and, you know, relationship counsellors, marriage guidance, ask friends. Oh my god, red lipstick stains? That's never come out, that one. That does suggest an affair, doesn't it? Because when you find lipstick on a collar, which is a bit... I don't think that people are so obvious or ridiculous to allow that, but it's one of those things that you see in movies, isn't it? Where it's like, why have you got lipstick on your collar? You know, like it's... There could have been a work affair involved, or... You know how some people, they're not even looking for love, they just want to rebel because they're so fucking resentful of the fact that they've put up with this shit and been tied into this shit for decades. You just want to break free, you want to do something. It's almost like scoring points or doing things just to not just escape, but get back at someone. You know, it could be very vindictive behavior, very like, and it could be you that's done it, Libra. Because if someone's like not being doing their fair share in a relationship, if they're being quite parasitic in a relationship, or they've always leaned towards looking after themselves as an individual before you or the children, sometimes you rebel, don't you? Because you think, I'm stuck in this and I'm angry, you know, I'm not getting what's this wasn't the deal, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Sometimes people do rebel. It's the same as reaching for the bottle or gambling or, eating too much or over-exercising. When you overly focus on something to the point where it's unhealthy, it could also be sex when you think about it. Taking risks, like, it's not unheard of. Contemplation, yes or no. Unsure choices, decisions. It could have just been like going round in circles, trying to get to a point where you can agree to say, look, this isn't working, but the other person constantly says, no, it's just a bad patch. No, I can't have divorce in the family, or, we used to be happy, like we can be happy again. Like, when you can't make a decision either way, but it keeps going round and around, it just feels too foggy and too unclear and frustrating because the decision making process is like a pinball, go around a pinball machine. It's like, where are we going with this? Um, I get like the sense of a very long time thing because of that Ten of Pentacles. It takes a long time to generate money like that, and get assets and savings, houses, cars, kids, pensions, like that's a lot of time. It's 10 years plus, 20 years plus. The reality is some people have been together for decades and they know they aren't quite right for each other. Do you know what I mean? Life happens, shit happens. Look at this. I'm scared of what we could become. So you cross over into toxic. The more you're around each other, the longer you stay living together, the longer you have to deal with each other because of children. The more point scoring happens, the more snide remarks happens, horrible looks, nasty things get said. How long is a piece of string? Are there going to be games until death? And I don't mean anything sexual. I mean like financial abuse, like refusing to sign divorce papers, refusing to be fair when it comes to property, refusing to be fair when it comes to money. If there's business involved as well, very, very difficult. So this could be why you want to finally be the Queen of Swords reverse and finally outwit them and cut things for good, because it's not going to suddenly become healthy or benign. It's not going to. Let's get a message from the universe. What is meant for you won't pass by you. You will never have to force something that is truly meant to be. Trust in the perfection of divine timing and allow your life to unfold as it should. Whatever comes, let it come. Whatever goes, let it go. I know that you've been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. It does feel like you're being urged, and it is Chinese New Year. You're being urged to move, you know, from the past into the present and the future, you know, and it's by using your wit, by outsmarting and outwitting this person so you can cut that string for good. You can totally do it. Spirit's telling you you're totally capable of that. You don't have to be at their kind of like whim, at their behest and jumping through their hoops. You don't have to be doing that anymore. I embrace joy and sensuality. Okay, keeping things fun and frivolous in your private life. With hobbies, with social connections. You're very good at that, Librans. You're very, like, your social butterfly out of all the zodiac signs. And I think this has been like the noose around your neck, you know, for a long time. You're going to feel so much better when this is done with. Let's get you some advice. And then we'll look for new love. Ooh, you've got abundance. Being a thoughtful steward for the money you already have is the secret to creating more abundance. When you trust yourself to handle more, that's when more shows up. Ooh, you could be a little bit frivolous with spending, a bit reckless with spending, and that's why you're not getting that big breakthrough. So Spirit's urging you to just be a bit more frugal. And you will have more abundance straight after that. Risk. Take a chance. Every risk is a success when you're committed to learning and growth. Ooh. It could be a side hustle. Could be a career change, something that you've been like had an idea or thought on, and then you've gone, oh, it's not sensible enough, it's too risky. No, it'll be the right move for you. I'm not saying be reckless, I'm saying take calculated risks, okay? But so you could curb your spending a little bit more or do without some things that you've been letting yourself have. And then you can make a calculated risk and it's going to pay off. You'll get growth and more money as a result of those two things, okay? Right, one final advice card and then a time in for new love. The moon. Take time to reflect. I think the take time to reflect is like when you're going to be able to see the bigger picture, you're going to make appointments with people that can give you professional advice on how to outwit this person, and get, you know, closure. And, you know, sometimes, like I was saying, we rebel with sex, we could rebel with money and spending. I know I do. So if you rein that in a little bit, then you'll have a little bit more safety in terms of savings and you'll be able to take the calculated risk that you want. I'm not talking about being reckless or feckless. I'm talking about calculated risk. Again, it is going to pay off. Because this person's got you by the ankles at the moment. All right, let's have a look for new love for Libra. Because this is definitely about an ex and closing out the past. Hi, Chanterelle, Scott. Don't lose hope. Okay, do not lose hope. Love is going to come along. I think as you are sorting all of this out, it's just going to happen by itself. Okay, you don't need to worry about how to make it happen or who it's going to be with. It just will. You know, this is stuff that needs focusing on first. All right, take care, Libra. I hope this resonates. I hope it was helpful. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channels, hype the channels, and I will see you in the next one. If you're interested in a personal reading, you can email me at jen3585@gmail.com, or you can direct message on TikTok or Instagram. I do love, health and business readings. They're all £25. The love readings are as long as this one. It's exactly the same spread, but you'll know it's definitely you and your person. And sometimes, you know, timings can be more accurate, or reasons can be more accurate for why someone feels the way that they feel. Memberships are starting sometime in spring. I'm waiting for my US tax number to be sent back to me. So once memberships begin, members will get a monthly health reading, which is the Native American Indian medicine wheel, a monthly wealth reading, because you could be retired or you could be someone who's a student. So I do wealth rather than education and career. I do like just general finance. And a how to read tarot series, so especially that can be a nice break away from the love readings. However, love readings will remain completely free, the collective ones. But yeah, the finance reading and the health readings are my most popular spreads, so they're worth £25 each, and you would get them each month. So that's a bargain for £5.99 a month. Money comes and it goes, you know mine has. So I totally understand if you're like, oh, I can't be doing a subscription at the moment. But just really nice positive comments, likes, subscribing, it all really helps me to keep going, because I do this as well as a full-time teaching job, so I do get tired, but I do love it as well. With the personal readings, I record it and then I send you a link to a YouTube video that only you can see if you've got the link to it. So, because a lot of people worry, you know, that it's like can be seen, but it can't be. And it just means there's no limit to where I can send it, and it'll always be there. If I send it in a chat, you'll be like trying to scroll back, won't you? Or where's that come from? There and there. Okay. On to Scorpio. Hi, Elias. Make sure you go to the community page and vote for Friday the 13th as it being lucky or unlucky for you. because I've had a very unlucky one. Very unlucky. But my best friend, she swears by it and she always books it off as like annual leave. And she says it's a very lucky day for her. And she's very psychic actually. So I'm just interested to know who's had what experience. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. How is Scorpio feeling in this third week of February 2026 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Scorpio's feeling, please. We have got the Page of Pentacles upright. So Scorpio, you could be feeling very optimistic. You could be curious. You could be ready for a new relationship, and you're walking around with your pentacle in your pocket thinking, if I see someone I like the look of, if someone makes me laugh, if someone is attractive, if they appear to be good on paper, I would be happy to ask around and find out a bit more about that person, or maybe ask them out. I think you're open. I think you're honestly open, because pentacles are increments of time, money and energy, and it's just a Page of Pentacles. It's just someone who's a little bit curious. I don't think you are dating anyone at the moment, but I think if someone were to ask you out, I think you might genuinely like give it a chance, give it a go. I think you'd be open to going at this point. You might be someone that enjoys asking people out and you're not afraid to do that, or you could be a little bit shy, but you still, you know, take the plunge, like somehow, like via someone else, or I should do like a Valentine's poll and say like, do you ask people out or do you wait to be asked out? I should do something like that. I might do it after. Because I did a poll when I first started my channel and like had like 14 people on the channel. Now we've got 1,500, so hopefully we'll get like more answers. The Hanged Man reversed. The Hanged Man, when it's upright, is when we're being kind of like forced to take a pause and look at things from a new perspective. See how this cloud is, whenever you see a cloud, it's like divine intervention. And there's this like muscular arm coming out and it's just grabbed this, is it a wolf, Lupus? Yeah. It's grabbed this wolf by its ankle and just turned it upside down. And it's like, no, you don't. You just wait a little minute, okay? Because it might be that previous behaviours being a bit closed-minded or a little bit stubborn, my way or the highway. So it's forcing us to take stock, have a little rethink, look at things from a new perspective. When it's reversed, you could still be in that stubborn energy, actually. That closed-minded energy of like, I want love, but someone else has got to make the first move, or I've got to ask them. I don't know, it's something like closed-mindedness. Maybe it's about type rather than like asking people or not asking people. Maybe it's more about your type of person that you go for. Maybe you've been a bit narrow-minded in your search, you know, and they've got to have muscles, or they've got to have blonde hair, or they've got to have a big bank account, or they've got to have never been married, they've got to have never had children. You can be very close-minded when you're younger, and then as you get older, you kind of accept that people have a history. You tend to have a bit more resources, so you think, no, maybe I would be happy to meet someone who's already got kids. Because to be honest, a lot of people are not, this doesn't obviously apply to everyone, but it kind of maketh the man or maketh the woman. When you have children, you do change a lot. So it's not always a bad thing to get someone who's already got children. I just think when you're younger, you just panic and you think, well, how, you know, you don't even trust yourself to look after yourself, never mind like other people's children. So sometimes you just won't consider it, you know, or you'll think like, well, I would never go out with someone who's bald or whatever when you're younger. And then when you get older, you're like, no, I actually really fancy like people who look like that. Because I guess more people look like that at that age. Like, I don't know. I've changed in what I like, definitely. Um, I've always liked people who are very opposite looking to me. I have blue eyes and blonde hair. I've always liked people who have dark skin, dark eyes, dark hair. I've always liked people who are from a totally different country to me. I just find it more interesting, to be honest. I do that with friends as well. Six of Pentacles reversed. The Six of Pentacles, when it's upright, is equal give and take. Increments of time, money, and energy. 3 from you, 3 from them. Teamwork, you know, give and take. Both putting in what you need to, what you ought to feel like fair. To feel like the workload is, you know, evenly spread. That's reversed. How can you possibly invest in something when you kind of... It's like you're looking for a safe bet by not kind of putting that much out there. Because that was my initial thoughts, was like, there's some sort of like reluctancy or hesitancy to really go for it with something, or it's like, it's to do with how much time, money, and energy you're prepared to give something. You might be a bit mean with time, money, and energy, and yet you haven't got a relationship, so how's that going to work? You might have to change your way of thinking. Hi Linda, hi Kay. These are collective readings, but if you want a personal reading, you can arrange that via email. It's in the channel description, jen3585@gmail.com, or direct message on TikTok or Instagram. I should really update the Instagram. I've had a lot going on. So it's more just so people can like message me quite quickly. It's quite a good option, Instagram. Four of Wands, celebration. So this is your person. This is your person, the one that you're thinking about or dealing with or manifesting it. These are their cards down this side. So you could be like a little bit mean with time, money, and energy, but you are curious about love. You are on the lookout for love. This person with the Four of Wands is hella positive, guys. This is stability. It's the 11-11 card. 11-11, you know. The Four of Wands represents a very exclusive relationship, something that's very committed, rock solid, very public. Everyone knows that you're together. It's not, you know, a relationship on the DL. It's nothing like that. You live together. You know, how could people not know that you're together? You're married. How could people not know that you're together? It's that kind of very public relationship, very exclusive relationship, very committed, very dignified, very respectful, rock solid, you know. That's nice. Four of Wands. Does that mean they're already married though? Does that mean they're already committed, or that's what they're looking for? I'm not sure. Let's get two more. Queen of Pentacles. That's a really nice person to get. Okay, a Queen of Pentacles is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. Very earthy, very abundant. This is someone that loves security. They love a traditional romance because a traditional courtship shows manners, it shows intention, it shows long term, it shows committed. This kind of a person needs that because they like to plant seeds, they like to sow seeds, they like to cultivate long term. And they're not going to do that when they feel like they're stepping onto a moving platform. They want to feel secure, okay? This kind of a person will nurture a home. They will make a beautiful home. They will work hard. They will like have children and rear them and bring them up in a beautiful way. You know, very like full of consistency, stability, security, really grounded and nice experience for children, really nice grounded experience for you as a like partner. They'll be an excellent mother or father. And everyone will come to the home and feel welcome, you know, and feel calm and like enjoy how the home is. What a lovely person to get coming towards you. And everything's upright so far. Hi, Dan. I'm assuming it's Dan. Dan Kiyama. Ace of Swords. Breakthrough. An Ace of Swords is a major revelation, a major confession. An ace is a huge deal, okay? So it's like, I suddenly have clarity. I suddenly know what I want. I'm suddenly ready to confess my feelings for someone. It's like a huge deal, an Ace of Swords. I suddenly have the answer, the solution. Lucky you, Scorpio. The thing that I'm worried about is that this person's hella serious about, they know what they want, they know what they need, and I'm worried that you're looking for a relationship, but you could be very narrow-minded as to what you're prepared to give to it. So I'm not sure you're ready for, unless their energy will make you feel secure. Let's get 3 for the outcome, because I'm not sure how this is going to go. The Chariot, huge will, huge determination, fast action, movement, perseverance, willpower, sheer force of will. When we get sheer force of will on wheels, you know, that means like we're either gonna be successful or it'll be some sort of terrible loss at the last minute, but it looks like it's going to be successful. This is the major arcana for Cancer, so it's very emotional. It's, I know what I want, I know what I need to achieve, and I'm going to set about it. And I intend to win. I'm playing to win. If it were reversed, I'd say there's going to be failure, loss, or defeat at the last minute, but it's not, it's upright, so. What I see from this person, I don't see movement. I see fixed energy. I see stability. Queens sit on the throne. 4 of Wands is like a house. So that is fixed energy. Ace of Swords isn't movement, but it is communication or kind of clear thinking. Someone's going to move. You're open. You're looking to invest as a page. I don't know why you've got The Six of Pentacles reversed as an intention. But maybe you're just being overly cautious because you just don't know what this person's going to be like. You could be meeting someone who's older than you. If you're showing up as a page and they're showing up as someone who maybe they already have a property, maybe they've already been married, or they have children and they have a home, and then you're kind of like coming off a little bit immature, a little bit like, you know, in a different phase of your life. But this could be the motivation. It doesn't mean it's not going to work, because sometimes, like I said before, sometimes people meet someone who's already got children and it just maketh the man and it maketh the woman. Like, suddenly you rise into the occasion, you love the feeling of being in a home with a family life, makes you feel really grounded, like you're enjoying the sense of responsibility, the reward that comes from that. Being in a busy home, lots of noise, instead of like an empty flat or bedsit, you like in a home with a garden, you know, you get to play mum or play dad, and you like it, and then you end up adopting them. So it could go really, really well. Let's get two more. Scorpios are emotional and possessive, so that could be a reason why, you know, like you're cautious at the beginning and then maybe you just, oh, look at this. Wow. Eight of Pentacles is massive growth and expansion through hard work, determination, nothing but putting your nose to the grindstone, rising to the occasion, knowing that there's a future here, knowing that you need to step up from the Page of Pentacles to the Nine of Pentacles and have your own money so that you can provide and collaborate with someone and have the Ten of Pentacles. I'm very excited by this. This is one of the nicest readings I've ever had. It's hugely positive. Look at this. When you know you've got a goal now and you're not just kind of lost in life, suddenly, you know, suddenly this turns you on. Suddenly you think, I know what I want. I've got a reason for being. I've got purpose. I've got reward for my hard work. And this is everything that I want. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it, guys. Let's get one final one for the outcome, because that's gone really positive. The Seven of Pentacles reversed and the Ace of Wands in the challenge position. Lepus fertility. See, the Seven of Pentacles is taking stock and feeling like enough was cultivated in the past. When it's reversed, I always take that to mean like not enough was cultivated. So you could be panicking a little bit, thinking, I haven't got any money in the bank. I haven't got any savings that I could like. I haven't got like a decent salary yet. But the key word, the operative word is yet. Okay? So don't let that stop you from trying. Don't let that don't let that stop you, because money comes and money goes, doesn't it? When you've got a clear direction, a clear focus, there's nothing better than having that, and it feels good to have a goal. It feels good to start to make headway in terms of putting CVs out, asking for new opportunities and work. Maybe there's nothing now, maybe there will be something next month. You know, just to have that chance meeting where you meet someone and you think, God, they're really great, and actually like would love to be a part of that family life. And I might not have the resources now, but I could do. I could like really enjoy contributing to this dynamic. Don't let that stop you. Yeah, I think Scorpio, I think you're going to meet someone that's going to like really motivate you to want to be the best version of yourself, to step up and contribute and provide and give good dad law or good mum law to their young. Even if there's not children involved, just to see someone who has success, see someone who's got their own place and think, wow, like, wow, that's the life that I would like. I would love to contribute to that. And they could be older or just more mature than you, because it's not always like being older that makes a person more mature. Sometimes people are younger and they're mature quite early on. Just depends about character and life experience, doesn't it? Circumstances that we've been put in. I like it. I like it. Okay. What is this person gonna like or love? Because I don't know. I don't think you've met them yet. What's this person gonna like or love about Scorpio? I want you to be happy, even if that means being without me. That's beautiful. That's unconditional love. See, this person gonna look at you, Scorpio, and they're gonna be like, wow, I like who Scorpio is. I like what kind of person they are, even if we don't end up being together, because nothing's guaranteed in life. And don't forget, this is a more mature person who could have had more life experience. They have unconditional love for you. So the opposite of unconditional love is conditional love. So I only fall in love with people who are good looking. I only fall in love with people who are rich. I only fall in love with people who have their own island. You know, like I only fall in love with people who love the gym. You know, I can't possibly fall in love with someone who's different to me. That is conditional love. I only love people who offer to marry me. You know, not everyone wants to get married. Not everyone wants to live their life a certain kind of way or have certain milestones. But this person loves you unconditionally. When they meet you, they're gonna like everything that you are, which is just gorgeous, even if they can't keep hold of you. Now, love that's conditional is like, I'm only gonna wish the best for you as long as you're my husband or wife. After that, you can go fuck yourself. Do you know what I mean? That's not unconditional love. You've got to love someone to let them go and think, I still wish them the best. That's unconditional love. So it's very ego based when it's love with conditions attached to it. This is love without conditions attached to it. Scorpions keep 3 feet away. Fairy Redbeard's not looking for a young Scorpio. Oh, you're just joking. Hi, Renee. Think before you act. This person would say to you, think before you act. They do seem very solid, very stable. They could be a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. They have responsibilities. They're very grounded. They've got 2 feet on the ground. They know who they are, they know what they want, and they know what they require. So it could be that this person's that confident and that self-assured, they're willing to let you go if it's not the right thing for them. And whilst that can be scary, it's a very authentic person, and they will want the best for you, whether it works out or not, which I'm scared by people who don't want the best for me if it doesn't work out. I'm scared by people who don't want the best for me if it does work out. So it's the best kind of person. I wouldn't be intimidated by them. I would enjoy that they see value in me if I'm younger than them or I'm less mature than them. If I've reached less milestones, then there must be something really innocent about me, or there must be something really playful about me, or there must be something really creative about me, or something, some attribute that's very trustworthy or loyal, or something that's outside of money and milestones and status, which is very, again, it's very wholesome. There's something they see in you that's aside of milestones and money and status. It's very wholesome, and they like it. There's something they really like about you in a very wholesome way. So, you know, or they see the potential of you reaching certain money and milestones, as well as good character, as well as, because when someone doesn't have good character, that's when you get chaos. That's when you get drama. That's when you get deceit. That's when you get disaster. Okay, so you could be someone who's responsible, you're just not as further along, or as high up in status as them, but they see the potential. Why is this happening now? Because you're meant for more. So this could be the motivator for you. When you meet this man or this woman, this is going to motivate you to think about the future. Look at that swing. That's an olive tree that's probably like 800 years old. You've got quite, I like that, 'cause it's quite Italian looking, that house. It speaks of history, doesn't it? It speaks of tradition. There's an old-fashioned swing with a man and a child on it. So it's all about creating your own legacy. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. It's giving me chills. What's the karmic lesson? Self-sabotage and love, fear can push away what you desire. Okay, so I would hazard a guess that you are holding back, Scorpio. You're scared to invest, but this is what you could win. Okay? This is what the end game is. A lasting legacy. Okay? Not a life unaccomplished, not a life that's kind of superficial, but one where we've got stories, we've got good advice, we've got good dad lore, good mum lore. You know, we can enjoy kind of like bringing up children with the values that we have, and see that as your contribution to the modern world, you know. It's like planting a tree when you're elderly, knowing it's not necessarily you that's going to benefit from it, but you've got that sense of purpose in life. You've got that sense of, I'm leaving something good behind here. Oh, it's making me feel very emotional. They say that people live for different things when they're, you know, a child, to when they're a young adult, to when they're middle-aged, to when they're elderly. When you're middle-aged, you're very much focused on being productive. What can I build? What can I grow? What can I achieve? When you're elderly, you're looking to leave a legacy. You're looking to have a lasting mark, you know, something that's going to be there when you're gone. You tend to be more charitable and join charities because you think, I want to help the world, whether it's the environment, whether it's people. communities, it suddenly feels very fulfilling, okay, because superficiality is fading. Um, you've already had money and lost it. You've already had people in your life that you've loved and lost, and they're getting few and far between. So you tend to want to embrace community, embrace projects, be a part of something, feel purpose, because it all changes, it all shifts and turns on its head. So it's very like fulfilling, isn't it? It's very fulfilling. This is really nice. I like this. I'm actually wondering whether to dig and see what it is that you've had going on in the past that's kind of making you hesitate. Because there's nothing really for me to kind of dig on here. This is all good on their side. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean they haven't had drama, but I think they're just quite sure in who they are these days. Does that make sense? Because they have had such a lot of life experience. What's the messy truth? Let's have a look at your past with other people, your past relationships or connections. What's the hesitation? Okay, so in the past you've been confused as hell. You've had no clarity. People that refuse to put a label on connections, and just total emotional chaos, which is really upsetting for a Scorpion because you are loyal, you're possessive, and you get so much attached to people. It's very difficult to detach from them, and there's nothing wrong with that. It shows that you really value your connections. Okay, blocked as fuck. My god, ghosted, shut out, silent treatment. See, I would be afraid to invest if that's what was on the line. If that's how I'd been treated previously, I'd be terrified. I'd think, no, I want my own everything, or I need to exercise extreme caution here. So I'm sorry if that applies to you. I'm sure it applies to most of us at this point. Okay, so this is you in previous relationships. It's not what this future person is going to be like. This is you in past relationships. Childish. Someone has to be the adult in the room. Maybe the term should be grow up or get out. Yeah, so you've dealt with very childish people before. People who refuse to tell you it's over. People who get someone else to tell you that it's over. People who just disappear on you. Just childish behaviour. Disgusting behaviour. People who've been careless with your feelings. Reckless and feckless with your feelings. You could have dealt with people who are wild at heart. They have a desire for freedom, so they constantly run away. People who are dreamers. You could be a dreamer. You could be someone who thinks that love illuminates the darkest of corners. You know, like love is the thing that everyone wants. No matter what's going on in your life, if you got love, you know, you can cope with anything. It does make you more resilient. It breaks down your stress because you're getting regular hugs, regular kisses, lots of touch. So you do stay more resilient. Actually helps your immune system as well. High elicity. Is it Alicity or Alicity? I don't know. Let me know. Fake apology. People who are just jerks and then they're like, oh, I'm sorry, and then they do exactly the same shitty stuff. In which case it wasn't a genuine sorry, was it? Because if you were genuinely sorry, You'd be terrified to lose someone and you'd never treat them like that again. Endings aren't always endings, okay? So that's the unspoken truth. You could have had a trail of people who were off and on, you know, because I feel like that's what a lot of people do when they're afraid. They don't like to be alone. You know, that's when all their thoughts come in late at night. So then they're kind of doing the booty calls, and it's all distraction, it's all frivolity and no certainty. So I think you've had all frivolity, no certainty. And look what we've got over here. Look what we've got over here. Nothing but stability, security, certainty, maturity. It's going to be a total breath of fresh air. Someone who's not malignant, someone who's benign, someone who's going to want the best for you, even if it doesn't work out. What a wonderful soul. You know, what maturity. Let me just plug in my phone battery because it's about to go. Sorry, I'm just changing my dressing gown, so it's getting a bit hot. Okay, this is hugely positive, but let's get messages from the universe and get you some advice. If something deep within you tells you that something is not quite right, trust it. If you are unhappy in your life, change something. It is entirely up to you. Stop making excuses. You are in control of your own life. Okay, so for me, if you've had like shitty person after shitty person, I would try something new, and I would go for someone who's a little bit older, or I would go for someone who is more mature, even if they're younger or they're just, you know, you want to see the right signs and the right cues, don't you? Have they got a car? Have they got a job? Have they got nice family? Nice benign family who are just, you know, happy for their child to grow and expand, whatever that means. Do they want the same things as me? Have they got some of the things that I'm looking for already? You know, if they already have a family and I'm looking for that family life, maybe I should try doing that instead of saying they've got to be someone who's single, they've got to be someone who's never been married, they've got to be someone who's never had children, because you could be losing out on someone who's really fantastic. You know, single people who are unmarried, but are running around doing the most and just running away from themselves, running away from their responsibilities. Not that cute, okay? We're always speaking to you and sending you messages when you feel like you were alone in a situation. Just know that you never truly are. We are reminding you to stop, look around, and believe in something else, something more. We've got you back. Leo was done on the last live, so if you want to watch any of the first 6 zodiac signs, you can go out of this live and you can click on the lives playlist, and it's the most recent one, and it'll say Aries through to Virgo on it. I'm doing the second half of the zodiac wheel. So in this one it is Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. Where am I up to? Oh yeah, messages from the universe. Advice. Oh, I forgive and let go with grace. A healthy heart chakra. And you know what's going to happen when you forgive the people that have wronged you and you meet someone who's stable and honest and is confident in who they are. They're not running away and they're happy for you to be happy, even if that means being without them. I'm not saying it's easy for them to let you go, but they're not going to hate you for the rest of their life or wish any ill on you. Some people do. Some people are like, and I hate you, or like, I wish you harm. I hope they like have a shitty time because they're not with me. If they're not with me, then no, I don't want them to be happy. You know, some people are like that. This person mature, they're not like that. They're gonna like some really wholesome stuff about you. Doesn't matter that you're a little further behind. They're gonna see the potential, and they're gonna be like confident whatever happens, like that they'll be okay. In which case, like, this is a great opportunity for you to just rise to the occasion and enjoy. And when you get happiness, you don't care about all the past shite that you've dealt with. That fades into non-existence because suddenly you've got the best thing that ever happened to you right in front of you, you know? So if you're worried that you're still going to be carrying around all of that baggage from the past, you won't be. You're going to like, you know, this going to be like laser focused on this amazing person. And all that's going to melt away overnight, basically. It's going to give you like renewed vitality, renewed excitement, renewed optimism, you know, high vibrational love, security. You're going to feel like the healthiest you've ever been. You're going to look great because it's just not going to be toxic. It's not going to be toxic. Look at this. You've got keys hanging off a tree here. It looks like springtime. That's a beautiful picture. It's like spring, summer, abundance, a change of course, okay? A whole new world waits through that door. A closed door is an invitation from life to move in an even better direction. It's time to change course. Speak up. Oh my gosh. I was going to say that after the heart chakra, once that's spinning healthily, it activates the throat chakra. So you end up speaking up for yourself, advocating for yourself, saying what it is that you need, what it is that you want, speaking words of gratitude, giving home truths, whatever it is that you need to do. The heart chakra leads the throat chakra. And here we've got speaking up. Speak up. If you avoid conflict in order to keep the peace, you start a war inside yourself. Oh my God, I love that. I would screenshot that. Even if I'm not a Scorpio. I love that. I love tarot. I love oracle decks. I love this. We've got unleash, hold nothing back and expand into the universe. Nucleus, the power within stars, is the power within you. Okay, so you think a wish is something outside of you that comes along, but you can create your own wish fulfillment. Okay, simply by investing into the right people at the right time with the right resources. You can literally give creation to your own wish fulfillment. Sometimes, you know, people have never done that before. Sometimes we've managed it. We don't have it anymore. We would like to have it again. I think this person's confident because perhaps they've had it before and they know that it's out there, in which case they're willing to let people walk on who just don't, they're not up to it. Yeah. Doesn't mean that you meet your person any faster. I think it just means you don't have as much drama in the interlude. Right, let's get a time in for this beautiful love that's coming your way. The love of a lifetime. Because even if you meet people like this and it doesn't last forever, you just think, God, there's nice people out there. People who have morals, they have standards, they achieve, they have nice benign family. They're capable of being good to me in a relationship. They leave me with dignity. You know, they surprise me. They do nice things for me. They let me help them, you know, when it's time. Teamwork. And so you've got that as a blueprint for further things to look for in future relationships. And you know you don't have to put up with the crazy. Because you've had someone that treated you well before. You've had someone that worked as a team with you before. You've had someone where it was fair before. You've had someone that was able to provide romance and surprises for you before. So why would you live without that, you know? It's coming for you. Oh my gosh. What a reading. This is like reading of the century, this. It's coming for you. This status, this stability, this unconditional love, this amazing person is coming for you. You can't miss it because it's yours. It's your gift from the universe. Strike while the iron's hot, you know, like rise to the occasion. Treat someone how you think a person of this value would want to be treated and enjoy the rewards. Work hard, you know, like rise to the occasion. Be reliable. Get that beautiful happily ever after, or a taste of happily ever after, and what a healthy relationship can be like, even if it's just for a time and not forever. It's still valid, even if it doesn't end up being forever. It's valid, it's healthy, it's unconditional. Alright, take care, Scorpio. I hope you liked this reading. I hope it resonates. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, nearly dropped everything then. If you want a personal reading, they're £25. I can do love, I can do health, I can do wealth. You can email me at jen3585@gmail.com, or you can direct message on Instagram or TikTok. I've got 100% success rate. It'll be a long arse reading. If it's a love one, it's this spread with this amount of detail. Sometimes it's nice just to treat yourself, but I know money comes and goes, so not offended at all. Memberships are going to start soon. I don't have my tax number back from the US yet, but I'm hoping it'll be this month. Then I've got to send paperwork off to Google to get a tax treaty authorization so I don't get taxed in the UK and the US. So that adds a little bit of time on, but once people are members, they'll get a free finance reading, a free health reading using the Native American Indian medicine wheel, and a How to Read Tarot series. So those readings are each worth £25. I'd charge for the How to Read Tarot, and you're getting all that for £5.99. So it's quite nice as well to have readings that aren't to do with love, because sometimes you just get a bit like frazzled by focusing on love too much. But once memberships have started, love readings that are collective will remain weekly and completely free. I won't be doing, you know, like, oh, here's 10 minutes, now you've got to pay to watch the rest or any shit like that. Because hopefully I'll get, you know, paid by sort of like watch page ads and stuff like that, so I can keep it all free for you. Okay, so we're going on to Sagittarius. Let's see what's going on for Sagittarius. Hi, Tasha. Yeah, I think a How to Read Tarot series is nice because tarot cards are all different, aren't they? They've got different depictions on. And when I think for the first year that I was reading tarot, I'd watched it for a couple of years, and then I needed the cards, you know, where it's got the meanings on, which is fine because you get different ideas from them. You can cross-check what you've said against, like, maybe something you haven't thought of. And then I thought I'll try using different cards. It used to make me really nervous, and now I love it. Like, give me more decks, like. And then I was scared to do personal readings, and people were like, oh my god, that's like on point. And they kept saying they're blown away. So I was like, oh my god, like this feeling is awesome. See, that's been the progression. I did try a live once because someone asked me to do a personal live, but there wasn't sound on it. But it was weird. It was mad how fast the cards were flying out. So that happened probably a month ago, and it freaked me out, but like in a good way, because I thought, fucking hell, there's something in this. Like, why are the cards just flying out without any shuffling, just like jumping out my hand, like weird. I like it when I get freaked out by stuff. I got freaked out when it was Lionsgate. Ooh, we must make a big deal about that on the 8th of August. The 8th of the 8th is Lionsgate. That's when I asked my channel to get into the algorithm, and it worked. By morning, instead of it just being friends and family, I had 2 brand new subscribers that were total strangers, and that was the start of everything. See, that was Lionsgate. You ask for what you want, and the universe provides, and that's pretty much instant. It's not like a year later when you manifest day to day. It was instant. It was the next morning, and that shook me. And then the other experience I've had was when I went on holiday and I read that book that I'm always going on about, The 4 clairsenses. I had like I don't know, it's like a weird experience. I was lying in bed, I was getting ready to go to sleep, and I had all like purple colours. Like, my eyes were closed, but I wasn't asleep yet. And there's all like purple colours like moving, you know, where your third eye is. And it was really beautiful, and I loved it. And it was days after reading that book back to back, all about the chakras. So I think I had like a chakra awakening or something. The book is this one. This is my second one. because I gave my first one away to someone who was going through a hard time. And I don't regret that at all. It's really easy reading. It's big text. There's only like 170 pages. It's Kevin Hunter, A Beginner's Guide to the 4 Psychic Clairsenses. So it tells you about the fact that basically every person on the planet has at least 2 of the 4 psychic clairsenses. So a lot of people are clairaudient or clairsentient. I'd say the least are clairvoyant. And quite a good amount sorry, quite a good amount have claircognizance, which is the ability to kind of put into words psychic powers or things they're experiencing, or contemplate life and explain things that we could learn from what's going on with us, like a tarot reader. It's how you transmute knowledge into words and explain things to people in a way that they understand. Clairvoyance is like seeing actual entities who are they're higher beings, but they may appear as people or a dragon or something else. Do you know what I mean? So a lot of people will name like entities that give advice to them, and there's a few tarot readers I could tell you that do that. But it's very rare. That's very rare. Clairaudience is like when you hear a lyric in a song and it's the perfect sentence to give you advice at the moment. Or it just like couldn't be any better place. You hear a particular bit of a song on a movie or from the pub down the road. I could hear stuff last summer from the pub down the road, and certain sentences in the lyrics were perfect for the reading that I was getting. Or it could be like you hear a siren off a police car or something, or a child crying or people arguing. And it's just the timing of it is perfect for what you're saying in that moment. Clairsentience is like sometimes you get a bad feeling about a friend or family member. My friend Amanda, she said, I had a horrible feeling that something bad had happened to you or something was going on with your family. And I told her that my brother-in-law had actually died. And we both were just mouth open, like, what the heck? There was no way of knowing that was going to happen very sudden. But she also, like, it can just be things like you think about a good friend and then suddenly they message you and you're not spoken for months. It's normally because you can tell that person's thinking of you too. Okay. So that's clairsentience. So yeah, so it explains him and his experience, and then what those different clairsenses are, and then it tells you about the angel hierarchy and your hierarchy team that exist, which I knew nothing about that, so I found that really fascinating. And then it goes through, there's a page for each of the chakras and the angels attached to those chakras. So if you want help regarding, forgiveness, which is the heart chakra, then you would go to the heart chakra and you would see what angels, that's the throat. So the heart one, the last 3 sentences are the angels, like Archangel Raphael, Archangel Haniel, or Archangel Shamuel, to assist with the heart chakra. They work with you on matters of love, healing, emotions, and attracting in high vibration connections. So I really like it. It's easy reading. It's just very conversational and easy. It's nothing stuffy, nothing dry. I'm just going to have to nip to the loo. I'm desperate. I did get flowers, by the way. They're off my nephews. Via my mum, probably, but very pretty. And what made me giggle was they're called hot stuff. Oh dear. This is the handwriting of the eldest one, who's 17. Hope you have a wonderful year ahead. Love from Matthew and Nathan. Definitely written by Matthew. Nathan just... Well, I think so. I think Nathan's writing is different, isn't it? That's sweet. We're having a Valentine's, so we're going out as a family. It was my sister's idea. She's a widow. I'm single. Mum and Dad have got each other. The kids are both single, so we're having a Valentine's. Tell you what, though, we're having it earlier on because all the couples are going to be having like a set menu. So we're going to have like a normal meal time and then be back in time for gladiators. I am a bit of a pervert. I do like to see tight buns in shiny material. I can't help it, guys. I am who I am. The bulging thighs, I can't help it. It can't be helped. Hi, Andrea. Right, let's get on with Sagittarius' reading. Honestly, Gladiators, I've watched that since the 80s. Was it 80s or 90s? All the pop socks and like the perms and everything. I freaking loved it. I went to the shopping centre called the Pyramids in Birkenhead, which is like where they were starring, and it was Warrior and Lightning. And Jet was meant to be there, but she wasn't. But I was literally starstruck. I think I was like 12 or something. So I've got like photos, you know, the way you used to get like negatives developed and, you know, get your photos printed out at Kodak or something. I've got them in an album somewhere. And I was just loving it. I absolutely loving it. Who's your favourite gladiator? There's Legend, who's absolutely hilarious, isn't he? He's absolutely hilarious. And then there's like a black guy, but I can't remember what his gladiator name is. He's really, really funny. I love it. What would your gladiator name be? Chunks. There's one called Hammer, isn't there? I don't like the name Flame. I think that sucks. Cyclone's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Athena's very ladylike. Spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Sagittarius' highest good. How is Sagittarius feeling in this third week of February 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Sagittarius is feeling, please. I like Sabre the most because she does the claws like really well. Love to be Sabre. There's another one as well. He's quite short with really chunky thighs, the girl. Well, I can't remember what her name is. But she's really pretty and I'd be like, oh, I'd love to be her. I'd love to look like that. Honestly. Or was it 11/11? Okay, so 3 cards for how Sagittarius is feeling, first of all. Right, we've got the Queen of Cups upright with the 4 of Cups reversed. Okay, that's good, and that tells a story because the Queen of Cups is someone who's very forgiving, very loving, very calm, very patient. Okay, healthy heart chakra. The 4 of Cups, when it's upright, is being closed off to offers of emotion from others. So if someone were to say, you know what, I think, like, I would like to go out with you, and then you're like, oh, just not interested in love at the moment. That's what the 4 of Cups will be. It's interesting that they've put it as meditation. So perhaps it's not because you don't like that person, but you're just off love. A bit of shadow work, a bit of, you know, just closed off really to external experiences. Why can't I speak at the moment? The fact that that's reversed though is coming out of that energy. So it's like we're closing off a period where we've been solo, we've been healing, we're repaired, we're healed. Okay, the work is done, the shadow work is done. So it's becoming open to love again. Hi, Nancy. I'm laughing at the gladiator stuff. The Lear with vitality. The Sun card is happiness, okay? So it's carefree. It's like, I don't need to stress anymore. I don't need to be bitter anymore. I'm not burdened. I'm not weighed down by what's just happened in my life. I'm carefree once again. It's really nice, liberating feeling, that, isn't it? To just not be angry anymore, to just not be sad anymore, but to just feel like I could have a really good day today, or I am having a really good day today, you know, because when you've gone through something really, really tough, like a breakup or separation or divorce, you kind of feel a kind of way all the time, pretty much, don't you? Whether it's angry, sad, deflated, depressed, bitter, doubtful, negative. It's so nice to just not feel a kind of way about anything. It's very liberating. Now, what was that like? That was, I think that was side on, wasn't it? That's the Queen of Wands. Oh, love it. Okay, so, bit like the Scorpio reading, you could be a cusper. You're back at the drawing board. You're free to choose now what it is that you want for yourself. What is my story? What is my life going to be going forwards? So sorry about the throat clearing, but there's nothing I can really do about it. I've been drinking water. This is, you know, this is Salvador Dali with a blank canvas. This is Picasso with a blank canvas, you know, Rembrandt with a blank canvas. Like, you get to create what you want now. The Two of Pentacles. Yeah, it's Osma. The Two of Pentacles is... See, this one says adaptability. So I wonder if you've got certain priorities that you're kind of needing to jiggle and work around, but you're realising, you know, like you're working out a way in which to do it. I'm getting some combinations that I've not had before, and I like it, you know, because it's just like new. But the Queen of Wands is someone who's very vain. Cassiopeia is very vain. She knows that she's good looking. She knows that she produced a beautiful daughter in Andromeda, but she brags about it. Okay, so the Queen of Wands energy is a bit... it's a bit... you can almost be cocky rather than confident. It's about your solar plexus chakra being activated and open. You're assertive, you're goal orientated, you know what you want. I think you're getting your sexy back. I think you're getting your confidence back. I think you're getting your vim and vigor and enthusiasm for life back. And I think as that's happening, you know, you kind of like, right, so I've got these things to work around, whether it's children, whether it's a home, whether it's elderly parents, whether it's friends and family, or my health, or my career, whatever it is, I can work around it, and I get quite a lot of choice now. I get quite a lot of maneuver over what I want my life to be like. We've got Queen of Cups, we've got Queen of Wands. So when you have 4 queens, you're an empress. So you've got the emotional balance and health, and you've got the energy and the enthusiasm and the passion for life coming back. What we would want, as well as the Queen of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords, so that would be communication and practicality. So it's very much in the sort of creative ideas phase, you know, after emotional repair, then we get creative, and then we kind of move into actuating it, don't we? So really nice energy there. Carefree once again. Central Correctional Facility, is that a prison? So you're either being honest or you're a troll. I don't I'm watching a prison drama at the moment, and it's like a Mexican dubbed one. It's very entertaining. Right, so the person that's showing up for you, Sagittarius, is they've got the Ace of Swords as a challenge. So the Ace of Swords is all about it's when the fog clears and where you couldn't see a way through, you're suddenly like very sure about how you feel about something, or what it is that you want, or you're making a confession of your love to someone. An Ace of Swords is a breakthrough. It is a breakthrough. It could be communication, or it could just be knowing that in your mind. These are challenges, these mountains here. An ace is something that's very... it's significant. Aces are significant. You could have had like, oh, it's not you, it's this person, isn't it? But they could have had like signs or symbols or something that's kind of brought everything into focus. Some kind of external experience that's brought everything into focus or clarified everything for them. That's a very scary profile picture, for sure. It's scary. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on you. You're not saying that much at the moment. We've got the Page of Cups upright. The Page of Cups is an offer of emotion. On here, it's got it as happy news. I mean, often if someone apologises, we're more than happy to like hear, but normally ecstatic, aren't we? Because perhaps we've waited for contact from them. Perhaps we've waited for that person to unblock us, or that person to finally speak, you know, what's been on their mind, where they've held back, or that person to mature and apologise. It's normally good when you get an expression of emotion from someone. Maybe someone was just flat out wrong and they've not waited a long time, but they are apologising and taking accountability. It's always happy. It's some sort of expression of emotion. Even if someone tells you, like, I like you, and you don't feel the same, it's flattering, isn't it? So it is nice. Or if someone says, I miss you, you know, and it's not that deep, but you're happy to hear from your go-to person or whatever. Like, there's some sort of breakthrough. But a Page of Cups is normally when someone, if they're feeling like the Page of Cups, they might be wanting to apologise, or they might be wanting to tell you how they're feeling. They've had clarity and then they're going to offer an expression of emotion. Look at this, success. Corona is crown. This is completion. The world is completion of a cycle. It's very positive on this side. Some sort of clarity, some sort of expression of emotion, and completion of a cycle. It's like the storm's clearing, the clouds are clearing, the rain's stopping, you know. The sun's coming out. I do think it's more of, I've been waiting for this person to apologise and now they have, and now I can move on. Like, I don't think it's like you want to move on with them. It's not looking like that. But sometimes the sorry is all you want to just kind of, it just goes a long way, doesn't it? To like healing or setting you free from the burden of being angry. It's just so cathartic. Like, you're absolved of that kind of tension. Oh, look. So there is heartbreak. There was heartbreak. But it's like I'm saying, sometimes you needed that to get through to kind of low-lying ground that's got less challenges, less obstacles. You got to get over these mountains, these like peaks, which are just way, you know, harder than they need to be. We need like life to be a bit easier for a while, a bit more abundant for a while. These are inhospitable conditions. These could cause death. You know, we can thrive where it's more hospitable and the conditions are more favourable. The Three of Swords is heartache, heartbreak, you know, sadness, loss, the end of a love. See, that's in the outcome and that's the challenge. So I think you're going to be able to move on based off this person's next moves or what their current moves are. You'll be able to think, oh, that's just absolved me of like all the bitterness, all the anger, you know, resentment. I can move on. I can think about how things are going to work moving forwards. I can focus on being solution orientated and optimistic about my future. You know, because I haven't got to hold on to this shite anymore where I feel like this person's pissed me off and they're not sorry, or they've let me down and they're not sorry. They're being avoiding or they're being dishonest about, you know, how hard this has been for me. They've actually, like, you know, stood up and been counted and said, I am really sorry. You know, I know this has been awful and life will be fine for you right now if I hadn't have done this, but you sometimes just need people to say it, don't you? Let's get 2 more for the outcome. Yeah, it's closure. Look at this, Page of Wands. So this is when you go on a new adventure, and see how like dramatic these new kind of like this new territory is. But it's like we're all up for it. Like I've got my bags packed. I've got everything I could need. I've got my thermos. I've got my sleeping bag. You know, I've got I don't know, whatever people need to cope with conditions like this. Emergency rations, compasses, flares, whatever it is. I'm ready and I'm excited. I don't know exactly what lies ahead, but I'm ready for a new start, a new adventure, new people, new places, new things. This is a stubborn energy. When it's upright, we're being made by the universe. These clouds are the universe. There's a very muscular, strong arm that's come out to grab the ankle, the weakest point on this wolf, and make it, you know, fixed instead of moving. It's got to hold its horses and wait. But you're kind of like, now I don't want to wait. I'm raring to go. I'm going to wriggle out of that snare that I've been caught in, and I am gone. Like, I'm ready. Like, I'm over it. I want to go. I'm excited. I'm optimistic. I want to go now. None of this, like, past. I want a future. I want change. I want new. Let's get one more for the outcome. Wow, the 10 of Cups upright is the last card in the outcome. This is going to allow everyone in this family to feel happier, to feel contented. Their individual cups, whether it's elderly parents, whether it's young children or grown-ass children, whether it's your ex living in one house, you living in another, everyone's going to be far more content in the outcome. You know, living in separate abodes, being calm. Everyone's getting on with their own goals now, and we don't have to argue. We don't have to be like a tense atmosphere in the room. There doesn't have to be passive aggressiveness. There doesn't have to be open arguing. There doesn't have to be, you know, point scoring or shot calling or bullying or crying. There doesn't have to be anything like that. People are achieving familial bliss, however way that works for them. If it means living in separate abodes, working on, you know, what current responsibilities we've got and a new life for ourselves around that, it's going to result in everyone feeling better, feeling happier, feeling contented, emotionally contented. Okay, so that is lovely. That's really nice. I hate it when Team Snapchat send a Snapchat. Like, you're the last person I want a Snapchat from. It's just annoying. It's very annoying. Do not send me Team Snapchat. Right. What is it that this person liked or loved? Because I think it's done with, or conditionally, unconditionally loves now that you're separating, about Sagittarius. Your beauty is so captivating that I forget to blink. So they were or are very, they think you're very attractive. You inspire me so much. You are my muse. Wow. See, Sagittarius is the archer. You have a vision, you look for certain goals and aspirations and dreams, and then you set about them. You give this person energy. You are a fiery person. You know what you want, you go and you get it. You're a go-getter. So they have really enjoyed that aspect of building a life with someone who has the energy, who has the vision, and is not afraid to go for what they want. So honor that and apply that to your new chapter, with someone new. Um, um, do I need to go over the past or not? Because I feel like this is in the spirit of looking forwards. Let's go for in the spirit of looking forwards, because we're not trying to figure out something that's still going on. When are you going to get new love? Right, it says refocus and stop waiting for it. So we're getting a slap on the wrist. Just focus on getting like a nice routine for yourself, some nice things to look forward for yourself in the present, okay, and then the sort of like year ahead, and do your thing, okay, and then that's when love comes along. But then another one fell out and it said within a couple of weeks. So Spirit may see you making good progress, getting closure, and you could be bringing your own time frame forward by the fact that you're doing all of that, okay? Why is this happening now? Because it's time to take a wider view. It is time to take a wider view, okay? You are looking at a blank canvas. Your emotions are far more balanced these days. You're feeling a lot more carefree. This is allowing you to be more creative and think and plan and be hopeful, okay? You're aware that you can have responsibilities and priorities and, have a life around that. You're excited. You're becoming very excited. Looking forward to new. I think your readings previously were like, I'm not ready for new yet. I think there's a little bit of progress here where we're realising like it's not so bad what's happening. It's not so bad. But I think the difference is this person apologising, this person giving you the closure that you needed. This person is at like a dock, aren't they? Or a heart, like, yeah, it's a dock. And they kind of got the bag and they're looking at, are these boats coming towards or going away? My first thought is that they're going away, but it's like when you are planning future trips, planning future moves that you're going to make, and it's either like talking about immediate adventures, like, you plan a holiday, so you got that to look forward to, Travel broadens the mind, even if it's for a week, even if it's for a weekend. You just remember there's a whole world happening out there, and it does allow you to zoom out and think, where am I at in my life? Like, what things am I like? Because you get bogged down in the day-to-day, don't you? Get tired. You kind of just focus on what you've got to do in the next hour, the next few hours in the morning. When you get to zoom out, you kind of get to reassess everything and see the bigger picture. So this could be like super long term, but it may all come from a little trip that you do or a place that you visit, and you just think, God, it's so nice to, like, zoom out and like look at things from a different perspective, like further out, and sort of reassess everything. What's the karmic lesson? Manifesting your reality. How well does that go? Your energy shapes your world. You're getting your fire back. You're a fire sign that's had no fire. Someone poured water all over it and, it just made like a charcoal mush on the floor. But now you've got red hot embers. Now you're excited. You've had closure finally. You're starting to get like your vim and your vigour back. You're starting to get your joie de vivre back. Your enthusiasm, the vision's, going to come in. And it's revving up. It's all revving up. Oh my goodness. So that's the crown chakra, okay? So that's sticking out the crown of your head, or hovering above the crown of your head. It's where you receive your connection to the universe, the divine plan. You feel faithful, you feel hopeful, optimistic, you have full trust, full belief that there's something out there for you that's going to be brilliant, it's going to be amazing. There is life after divorce, there is life after separation. I am a vessel of love and light. I am one with all that is. You are at a point where you are resolute with everything that's happened. You didn't used to be. You used to be upset. You used to be pissed off. You used to be drained by it. You used to feel depressed or down or dark over it. Now you've had closure. You feel resolute that you've got like this whole new renewed optimism, joy, carefree, trust, faith, belief that everything's going to be fine. And this is where we get the most personal development, is in times of extreme challenge. What we perceive to be a change that's unavoidable, massive, a tower moment, horrible, traumatic. Once you come out the other side of it, sometimes when the dust has settled, the sun starts to shine and good things start miraculously happening and obstacles are being cleared, and we start actually feeling a different kind of way about stuff, excited, optimistic, positive, like it's almost unpredictable, and we quite like that, because it means it's out of our hands. It's in the hands of the universe. It's written in the stars, like it's meant to be, and that's comforting in itself. There's a wider view coming into focus. You're manifesting your reality. You're in control. You got to go out, admire a lifestyle that someone else is living, and think, that's what I want for myself, and go for it. Another beautiful reading. Let's get your messages from the universe. Oh, night, Kamal. Thank you for dropping in and moderating for us and bringing your positive energy. The past is behind you now, so drop the fears and doubts. Even though you may feel a little uncomfortable at the moment and slightly anxious over what is coming next. How well does this resonate? You are being urged to bring yourself back to the present moment. Your recent prayers have been heard and are currently being worked on. Oh my God. Release all doubts and fears. You are currently undergoing changes that are necessary for your highest good. They are changes that have been long awaited. Leave the past where it belongs. This is giving me actual shivers. Not because I'm a Sagittarius or dealing with a Sagittarius, but it's everything we read in the cards, isn't it? And these are different decks. Trust that everything will fall into place for you in divine timing. Your life is about to start to move quickly in some areas. Events that seem to have been on hold suddenly propel forwards. Move with the flow and be mindful of what needs your attention the most. Now, that could be what that Two of Pentacles is about: priorities, responsibilities, sudden change, and where your focus needs to go the most, okay? So if you're very social, you might find that you need to focus on work, or if you're very social, you might find that you need to focus on individual actions, individual goals, something like that, okay? Maybe there's big changes happening with your children, and so you need to focus on that, whilst you're trying to figure out your own path. It's something where you've got to manage your current responsibilities with your future goals for yourself as an individual. You will soon be surprised and grateful for how everything happened the way that it did, for you to receive better and greater. Okay, so just like we said, it's going to feel awful. It's going to feel everything negative. You're going to wish it wasn't happening. Then you're going to reach this sort of balance where you're like, I just feel kind of numb and neutral about it. And then it's going to tip in a positive way. And you're going to feel happy, relieved, good riddance to bad rubbish. You're going to feel everything good, optimistic, excited, curious, intrigued by what could be. You might feel like as some good things start to happen, that life's miraculous and you quite like that you don't always know what's going to happen next. You could feel sort of less bored and more stimulated. It's tipping in the right direction now. You're getting the reward for everything that's been, just trials and tribulations. You're getting the reward now. Hi, La Unique, or LA Unique. I think it's La Unique. You will soon be surprised and grateful for how everything happened the way it did for you to receive better and greater. It's all adding up in your favour. Trust the process and how things were unfolding for you. We've got 4 cards there that literally compound together to make the strongest message. They're justifying themselves. Each one justifies the next. It's quadruple clarification. That this change is going to be the best thing that's ever happened to you, and it never felt like it. It never does, guys. It never does. I'm going to close that window because my feet are freezing now. To use a small, when it is small compared to what you're dealing with, analogy, I'm very lucky that my parents said they're going to help me, and hopefully they'll help me to get, or loan me the money to get a new car, because the other one's no good. It would have to have a whole new engine. I can't afford 6 grand on top of the money I've already spent on it. The worth of the car is probably only 9. In fact, it was 9 at sale. Now it's 6. So we're spending more money than what it's actually worth. Okay. I couldn't have afforded to buy a new car, so I felt like the world was falling down around me. I did cry, okay? But since it's more because you're like, how am I going to do this? I don't know how I'm going to do this. My whole lifestyle is going to change. So it just feels horrific. Okay, since there's been more positive support and a solution, now we can make a plan. Now I can look at cars for the budget that I've got. And actually, for years, I was saying to my nephews, like, I'm so sorry that you've got to climb into the back of the Mini. I'm so sorry that you've got to do this. I really need to get a bigger car. I really need to get a bigger car. So change was needed for a long time. Change was needed for a long, long time. And because it was easy to keep going with how something was, I did. And now the universe is taken out of my hands. So it's weird in a way. Now I'm getting a bit excited. Now I'm thinking I should have done this years ago. It is only the only thing that's helped me to feel more positive is support from other people, okay? In terms of resources, in terms of emotional support. But I am starting to feel much better about things. I'm starting to realise maybe the old way wasn't the best way. Maybe it was time. Maybe it was time for this. So, you know, in terms of having to live in separate abodes, in terms of working around children who are getting older, in terms of realising a relationship is done, in terms of getting the closure that you need from someone, you're going to start to see the positive side of everything. You're going to start to get hope and support and resources from others because people do want to help you. And why shouldn't you accept it? This is how communities operate. They help each other. Everything's harder when you deal with stuff solo. So, you know, you get a solution, you start to get a new plan, and with that comes some glimmers of hope, a picture of what life could be like, and excitement, you know. So, and then you're able to look at things in a more objective way and go, actually, this is going to mean this now, or I've always wanted, or whatever, or I've always needed X, Y, or Z, and now I'm going to have it. Let's get you some advice. We've already looked at timing, and it said refocus away from timing, but then it said within a couple of weeks. So I think this closure bit that the X is bringing is very pivotal. It's tipping the balance, isn't it, for you? And that's what's allowing this kind of like more positive outlook. Success. Today's a really good day. You're in the flow. Problems are solved quickly and easily. Helpful people show up for you, and unexpected gifts fall into your lap. Guys, I'm freaking myself out. I am actually freaking myself out. You're going to get unexpected support from others. You're going to get resources. You're going to get emotional support, practical support from others. You're going to get closure from this person, and it's going to help you to feel so much better about things. You're going to be able to make a bit of a plan. You're going to start to see the benefits of this new life, this new lifestyle, okay? We've done them. This is your last card. Control. Link your own constellations and take control. Yeah, so like when something feels like it's just like this catastrophic thing that's happened, this huge tower moment. You weren't expecting it. Life's never going to be the same again. It all feels horrendous. And it's because you're not in control. As you start to get neutrality, as you start to get this pivotal change where you get resources, you get support, practical emotional support, you start to have the freedom to calm down a bit, to make a new plan, and you see like things that are wonderful happening, you see good stuff happening, and you feel better and better and better. You're going to go on an upward spiral now instead of having the spiral down. We've calmed, and now we're spiraling up. Okay, so that's because control is increasing. That's because we're getting a handle on things. Okay, and it's usually with help from others that happens, or much needed closure, stuff like that. Right, I think that's everything I can give you for now, but I'm very happy to see the evolution in your readings over the last few weeks, because it's been a bit samey for a long time. So we are moving into the sun phase of your time now. Okay, so I hope that's comforting. If you liked this reading, please remember to give it a like. Share it with others who are dealing with a Sagittarius, or who are a Sagittarius, or have it in their chart. Please share it, subscribe, follow, repost. Really helps as well. Memberships are going to be starting soon. I've got to wait for my US tax number to come back from the States, but yeah, members will get a finance reading every month, a health reading every month, and how to read tarot series. Each of those readings are worth £25, and you will get them for £5.99. If you want a personal reading, they're £25. I can do health, finance, or love. People like an individual love reading because they know it's definitely about them, and stuff can be a bit more spot on in terms of timing, or what exactly happened, or who we're going to meet, or when we're likely to meet them. It can just be like a little bit more accurate. So, and I have 100% success rate. So money comes and it goes, I know that more than anyone. So or as much as anyone. So, if you can't stretch that at the moment, it's fine. It's just to know that it's there for when you do feel like, maybe you'd like to do something like that. A comment is free, a like is free, subscribing is free. Really appreciate any kind of support, letting me know if it resonates. Don't forget to vote. I've done a little like voting, like, is it a poll? Where you say, has Friday 13th been lucky for you or unlucky for you? I've put it on the community page because it's been really unlucky for me. It always is, to be honest. I've never had a good one. My best friend swears it's her luckiest day of the whole year, and always books it off for annual leave and celebrates. So I just wonder, like, how is it working out for the people? Friday the 13th, lucky or unlucky? So that's on the community page. I think that's everything. If you do want a personal reading, you can email me at jen3585@gmail.com, or you can direct message on Instagram or TikTok. Turnaround time is going to be the same day this week because I'm off. I am off for half term, okay? So it'll be a same day turnaround, very quick. Not normally like that. Right, on to Capricorn. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Capricorn's highest good. How is Capricorn feeling in this third week of February 2026 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Capricorn's feeling, please. I just had the biggest panic. I looked at the likes and it said 0. Why is it doing that to me? And then it went back to 24. I was like, whoa. Wow, Capricorn, you've got the Empress upright. What a beautiful card to get as your first card. The Empress is all 4 queens. She's the highest status in the entire 78 card tarot deck. She is equivalent to the Emperor. So she's the Queen of Wands, confident, vivacious, a go-getter. Very good looking, whether you're a man or a woman. She is the Queen of Swords, intelligent, a planner, a thinker, someone who does their research. They keep their receipts. Nothing's done on a whim. By the time you know about it, they've probably had things on the bubble for a long time, okay? Weeks or months even. Very persuasive personality. The Queen of Pentacles is someone who's very calm, very grounded, very abundant. They like security. They like to know where they stand. They like to know what's happening for the next 5 years. Very giving, very, very good at making a beautiful home. They like the material as well as, being a good person. They like the material as well. What else? The Queen of Cups. So someone who's got an open heart chakra, very patient, very understanding, very forgiving. Great empathy for others, can understand where other people are coming from at any and all times. So a really high value person. You're showing up. This is the major arcana for Libra and for Taurus. You're showing up as very high value, very abundant. You know your worth. When it's reversed, I always say the person is high value, but they don't feel like they are. You know it. You know that you are looking good, feeling good. You are a good person. You have great things. And so Andromeda is someone that is destined to be rescued by Perseus. He saves her when she's tied to the rocks as a sacrifice by her father for the mother being so vain and pissing off basically the entire universe. The father sacrifices her, but she is rescued by Perseus, and he marries her and gives her 7 children. So that's why we always say the Empress is, someone who attracts. She doesn't chase. Because if someone's playing mind games, we're not going to put up with it. We're not going to think I didn't know my worth and entertain someone who is telling us that, we've got a whole future together when they're not giving us that. Doesn't mean the Empress can't get up to all sorts if she don't want to. But she's not daft, okay? She's not daft. So, more fool anyone that mistreats you, Capricorn. Now, you could be male or female, but you're more in your feminine energy at the moment, meaning that you're unlikely to pursue someone. You might kind of be in a vibe where you're already taken. I won't know until we get more cards out. If you're not already taken, you're ripe for the picking. You are husband or wifey material. The Empress is more in her nurturing energy. So she's very capable. She's very strong, very stoic, has plenty of money, works hard, but it's all about having good taste, creating a beautiful home, and wanting to be treated the way that we deserve. Okay, so high standards and putting ourselves under high standards, putting others under high standards. An Empress is always focused on the individual. How does this situation affect the individual person or each of these people individually? An Empress trying to look at the wider picture, and they're prepared to do what's right for the greater good. So they might have to, you know, make a decision that's a bit tough where not everyone benefits, but it's like overall, that's going to be the right solution. So that they are slightly different energies, but they're both high status. An emperor would probably jump into his chariot and pursue the person that he wants. So that's what I mean by likely to attract or likely to pursue. But sometimes you're an empress and you know the person that you want to pursue you and you sort of engineer it a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Let's get two more to see what exactly is going on here. The Ace of Cups reversed. You could feel like there was love and now it's gone. When it's upright, it's all about sort of, I have love for myself, or I'm in love. I'm hugely loved up with someone. You know, I am like overflowing with emotion. Because water is emotion, and this cup is an Ace of Cups. It's like one giant, you know, goblet that's just full of emotion. It's pouring over. So with that being reversed, it's like the love's falling out of that cup, isn't it? There was love and now it's gone. I don't think there's a lack of self-love. I think you know your worth because we've got the Empress upright. So I think there was love and you recognise that it's gone. Sometimes that happens, you know, mutually. Sometimes one person has fallen out of love with the other one, or we realise they must have fallen out of love with us, which is sad AF. So let's get one more. Right, we have got full moon reversed, harvest time. See, moon energy is very emotional. It represents our feelings. Harvest time's where you reap the rewards of everything you've done to date, and that's reversed. So you could feel like there's a lack of abundance for what work you've put in over the years, which would make sense with that Ace of Cups reversed. You might feel like you've got nothing to show for the years that have gone by, whether that's a handful of years or decades, but you know that you're high value, right? Now this person that's showing up for you has got the major arcana for Pisces, and Pisces is all about, it's water energy, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. These gates are the gateway to a new chapter, and beyond the present there's going to be obstacles, and if we talk ourselves out of it, we might refuse to move forwards. We mustn't be afraid of what's in the dark, because it's not always something terrible. It's not always something negative. Sometimes there's stuff that we can easily overcome. You know, healthy challenge, slight delays to things, but we can make it. You know, it's not meant to be super easy. So we must kind of accept that we've got confidence in ourselves to navigate what comes up. Not every person on this planet wants the best for us, but we can navigate that in workplaces, we can navigate that in, karmic relationships, we can get away from, see the red flags and get away from. In the story of the Major Arcana, the Fool realises that he must walk forwards anyway. He mustn't, stay in the past or stay in old ways because of fear. Because sometimes we're terrified and then it turns out to be the best thing we've ever done. Like your first day in a new job and you're like, oh God, because it's just the fear of the unknown, isn't it? It's just question marks. Or going on a first date and you're like, oh God, I don't know what this is going to be like. And you get really nervous. And then it turns out to be like the love of your life. So we mustn't let fear govern our kind of decisions. We must learn to be a bit fearful, but do it anyway. We've got to try. If you never did that driving test and got terrible diarrhea, but then did your test and then passed, you'd still be getting a bus everywhere. I give that as an example. A lot of people don't have a car. Some people are never learned to drive. But it's one of those things that you'll always look back on and think, I was shitting bricks before that, or maybe the first couple of times that you did it, you were like that, and then not the next time. But it's something huge where there's a lot to deal with, a lot to manage in a car, and you feel like you're never gonna find it natural. And then it's so nice when you get to a point where it's just happening quite effortlessly and you're on top of everything. It's a really good example of how you overcame something that felt like you were never going to manage it. If you just talk yourself out of stuff, then that's such a shame, isn't it? If you try and you bomb at something and you try and you bomb it again, no one can blame you for going, do you know what, I don't like skiing, or do you know what, I really don't like scuba diving, or I really don't like canopy riding because I've tried it and I hated it. It was an ordeal the whole time. No one can really say anything. But I guess if you never try it, don't make me do a bungee jump. I know I won't like it. But you know what I mean? If it's something that a lot of people manage to do, and it's going to benefit you, you should try it. I don't really want to take those two because I think they just flopped on the top, but one turned over. One definitely turned over there. It's that one. The Hermit. So we've got fear, but we're walking forwards anyway. Then we've got Hermit energy. Now, it looks like we're walking forwards solo because in the story of the Major Arcana, the Fool realises that he must walk this part of the journey alone because the answers lie within him. He can't ask anyone, what did I do wrong? What did the other person do? How do I feel about it? What do I want next? There's no point asking other people what you want for yourself going forwards. What's a non-negotiable? What you'd be happy to compromise on? What you'd really like in a future for yourself. Only you know that, really. So that's why you have to walk this part of the journey alone. Okay, so it can be a bit scary moving on, going through into a new chapter, because you can't really make anyone else take these decisions for you or navigate for you. You could do, but then you could end up with a life that you don't really want. Okay, so the best thing to do is have some time to yourself and have a good think about it. Particularly when you take time out of dating. If you just ended a relationship, you normally have 6 months plus to yourself, maybe a year or even longer, just to think, what do I want? Where am I going in my life? What do I want in a person? So, so that you don't just make the same mistakes again or suddenly get on track. You're on board with someone else's wild plan that they've got and you're just along for the ride. Sometimes that can feel like security because you got someone else making all the decisions, but it doesn't feel that nice when it starts to go in a direction that you don't feel that happy with. You think, why did I do that? So it's best to know what you're looking for before going out and offering yourself to people, because you need to want near enough the same things, don't you? So this, it doesn't mean that you're not seeing anyone at all, it just means you're probably not dating. Hi, Blue Power, welcome in. We're just halfway through the Capricorn reading. Looking at their cards first. Sorry, looking at their cards second, having looked at Capricorn's cards. So we've got the Sun and vitality, okay? So sometimes it's quite nice to be single and not looking. It's quite nice to be off relationships for a while because you don't have to answer to anyone. You know, as soon as you're dating again, you've got to meet the parents, you've got to take the pressure of them saying, so what are you doing with yourself? And, you know, don't you think you should be married? Don't you think you should be having a child? Don't you think you should pop the question? Don't you think, you know, you should upscale your job? Don't you think you should scale up your business? You're suddenly under pressure, aren't you? So it's quite liberating and nice to be carefree and be solo for a year or two or however long you want and not have to answer to anyone. Do your own thing for a while. Please yourself. I don't think that was reversed, that Sun card, but if it was, it'd just be that we've got a little bit on our minds. We're not 100% carefree. It's not the worst thing of it. In the outcome, we've got the Knight of Wands reversed, so we're not in active pursuit of anyone. We're keeping to ourselves. We don't want to be hot-headed. We don't want to be overly spontaneous or reckless. We want to think things properly through. So you both look like you are solo at the moment. Solitary. Each of you looks to be solitary. The Five of Pentacles reversed is a positive reversal, because when the Five of Pentacles is upright, it's us feeling like we've been tipped out of our chariot and we flew too close to the sun. You know, like disaster. We've been struck by lightning. We've been really, really unlucky. It's not a nice feeling, the Five of Pentacles. When that says misuse, doesn't it? Misuse of money, misuse of time, misuse of energy. We feel like we've malinvested and disaster has struck, whether that's in a person, a place or thing. When it's reversed, we're becoming luckier again. We're having less disaster, less drama, and that makes sense because we're choosing not to be too spontaneous or frivolous. We're thinking things through. We're exercising good caution, moving slower, you know, making moves, but making thoughtful moves that we've contemplated for a little while. Calculated risk, not just huge risk. We've got the Page of Cups reversed and the Six of Swords reversed, so there could be a lack of closure, a lack of moving on due to keeping emotions stifled. If you need to say sorry to someone in the past and you don't, if you need closure from someone and you don't get it, it's very difficult to kind of put that to bed. It's very difficult to let that water roll under the bridge, isn't it? It's very difficult to let it go if you never got closure. So there could be a little bit of unfinished business on your side or their side when it comes to the past. I think it's on your side, Capricorn, because although you know your worth, it looks like you had love from someone and it went. And you don't feel like you got the reward of your kind of like time, money and energy going into something. When it came to harvest, what was there really? This person looks more willing to move forwards they've got the moon upright, which means even though they've got some fears, some doubts, they're going to walk forwards anyway. They've got, belief that this is the right thing, is to move on. They are not necessarily looking right now. They are doing some shadow work. They're getting more kind of carefree as they go through this period of healing. So I think it's you that hasn't had closure from someone. I think you feel like you malinvested somewhere along the way and you don't have the things to show for it that you should have. And that's kind of causing you to still have your head in the past a little bit. I don't think this is this person. I think this is someone new that's coming in for you. So what is this person going to like or love about my Capricorns? Because they are moving through the gates into new. So it just seems like they're coming into a new chapter of their lives. It doesn't seem like... I haven't got Six of Cups reversed. I haven't got the Three of Swords. I haven't got the Eight of Cups or the Five of Cups. I don't have grief or sadness. I don't have heartbreak. I don't have the Seven of Swords, deceit, betrayal. There's nothing really to suggest that you guys already know each other, like the Two of Cups or the Ten of Cups or Ten of Pentacles. This seems like someone coming in the future that's kind of ready for new. After quite a healthy period of isolation, that Hermit card is the major for Virgo. So there could be a Virgo, there could be a Pisces, there could be a Leo, because we've got the Sun card, which is the major for Leo. We've got the Moon card, which is the major for Pisces. So you've got Virgo, Leo, Pisces. They could be any of those three. They don't have to be. Okay, it's just showing me like a journey of like what emotions they're going through. So in the future, this person that you're about to meet, I wrote you a letter on paper, but I'm too afraid to show it to you. They're a bit scared to tell you how they feel about you because it could be quite deep feelings. And they could be a little bit like, eek, I don't know about putting my heart on the line just yet. I think they're going to feel quite a lot for you quite quickly. And that's going to scare them a little bit. Because let's be honest, you're an Empress. You are high value, you're looking good, you're feeling good, you're a good person inside as well as out. Whether you're a man or a woman, this person's going to be overwhelmed when they see you, and then they're going to be like, shit. You know, when you feel like you've been hit with Cupid's arrow, and you realise this is like not going to be a fling, this is going to be like a love. And someone that you really would like it to work with, forever. That is a confession, major revelation, major clarity, major truth. So they could confess the love for you quite quickly because they just look at you and go, holy hell, like this person is fantastic. They're a good person, and they're grounded, and they're a nurturer, and they've got it going on. They're going to get hit right between the eyes. Right between the eyes. I'm a bit like curious to look at what you previously dealt with. I've done that for a couple of readings today because I don't see anything bad on their side. So what's the messy truth for what you've previously dealt with? Not with this person, but past people. Because you do look like you deserve a sorry from someone. Woke up different. Shifted energy. Done tolerating. Silent strength. Shit. So you kind of just realised one day, like, I'm better than what I'm being given. What's being reflected back to me isn't what I deserve. Okay, so it could have been something you realised, like, what am I doing? Someone could have been really hot and cold with you, giving you mixed signals, making you confused. You feel like you got whiplash because 1 minute it's on, the next minute it's off. 1 minute it's going at a rate of knots, you know, you can't keep up with how fast this person's moving things, and then it's all off again. So that's what you could have been treated like, as an empress. Wow, like, no. What kind of loser treats people at high value like that? Someone who doesn't know themselves, they don't really have like any worth, and they know it, they're well aware of it, they know they're going to get found out. Okay, that's why they make it off and on, because they haven't really got anything to offer you. Not really. Even if they wanted to, they don't want to, because they know they're very insecure. So you could have dealt with that previously. Hi, Maggie. Let me know how to pronounce your name if I've said it wrong. Toxic. Someone was very like gaslighting you, making it like you're just in a bad mood today, where actually you've got a right to feel angry because they've promised something and they let you down, or, you know, stood you up, or strung you along, got you all excited, breadcrumbed you, and then, you know, nothing came into fruition. So it's very toxic, off and on, confusing energies in your past, which is why I got nothing, you know, to show for the last few years. But you got someone who is, they've done all their shadow work, they've had a period by themselves, and they are ready to like move on, even if they're a bit scared. They've got that kind of like hopeless romantic in them, where they're going to meet someone like you, see how high value you are, and immediately, you know, like think, oh my goodness, I've been shot through the heart and you're too blue. No, that's negative, isn't it? Shot through the heart by Cupid's arrow. In a positive way. Okay, they're going to realise this is the real deal quite quickly and tell you. They're going to have no problem telling you like how they feel. And you're the goat, you know, you're Capricorn, so you are not afraid of hard work. You have big dreams, big goals, big aspirations, and if anyone can get there, you can. Someone could have made you feel really insecure in the past, you know, just really like that on with the way that they approach the connection. Probably because they're full of shit, they've got nothing to really offer you at this point in their life. I know, I love Bon Jovi. Shot through the heart and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. I love every song. Every single one. It's just badass, isn't it? Double life. Okay, so someone had you on the go at the same time as they had their, you know, their ex or their current person. They were sort of toying with a future with you, but it was toying. I've got one foot in the future, one foot in the past, and I'm not going to give up my security of having both, because that way I can't lose. That way I'm not putting anything on the line. But that way they can't give you what they're supposed to be giving you, which is commitment. They can't give you openness. They can't give you clarity. They can't give you security. They can't give you anything, because at times they're getting excited about a potential future with you, but then they just keep letting you down. And it's all right for them, because they know they've got a house with someone already. It's all right for them because they know they've had children already. It's all right for them because they know they've got a pension, they've got a car, they've got this and that. So it's like, I'm not willing to cut the strings of my present situation, but at the same time, I'm betraying those people that I'm living with, that I'm sleeping next to, that I am like having days out on holidays with, because I'm like toying with a whole new life with you. So it's not, they're not It's not like you've imagined there's emotion there, but they're just not putting their money where their mouth is. You know, because they're scared. They don't know if it'll work. They don't know if they can do it, if you can do it. So they're keeping where they are, where they've already got security, but they've actually become emotionally attached to you and sometimes toy with the idea of having a future with you. But toying with it is different to going through all the difficulty of separation and divorce to get to the happily ever after with you, isn't it? That's messy as fuck. You disappoint loads of people around you, you break their hearts, you know, it's messy, it's scary, it's costly, your whole lifestyle changes, your status changes, the tongues are wagging while everyone's gossiping about it. So that's why people don't do it. That's why they stay with a double life, because it's safe. It's nice to have little fantasies, it's nice to have options for the future, but it's nice to have the security of what you've got now as well. So someone treated my Capricorns like that previously, made them all confused, made them all feel a kind of way, and you deserve better. You deserve reality, not fantasy. Yeah. No judgment, because it 100% resonates. Hearing your name still makes my heart race. Okay, so you could feel like some people are still right under your skin that treated you like this, and you still think about them. I won't lie, I still check up on you sometimes. Ooh, they're like the devil on your shoulder trying to tempt you back. Life isn't a test. There are no right answers, okay? So it's not like you're a bad person or you were wronging or you made huge mistakes and this is your karma. It's just part of life. It's part of life. Life throws experiences like this to you so you can experience it, so you can feel it, so you can live it, so you can take the good and the bad that comes from it. And yeah, it forces you to grow as a person, forces you to figure stuff out. Tarot karaoke. You would be hard pushed to find someone that, even if they've settled down with the first love from university or whatever, high school sweetheart, we all know that can last forever, but that's like 1 in a million. Do you know what I mean? Often that ends like mid-20s, mid-30s, mid-40s, mid-50s. Most people are going to have multiple loves. Most people are going to have periods of being single, whether they're short or long. Most people are going to have, you know, unexpected, you know, stuff, whether it's early on in life or later on in life. You come home, your spouse isn't there anymore, or they pass away. You know, that's really sad, but it happens, doesn't it? Let's be honest. You can find yourself suddenly in a position where you haven't got that person anymore that you thought you were going to be with forever. So we're all having different experiences. We've all got, you know, our different story, our different journey. But what's nice is you have got someone healthy coming up here. I think you possibly deserve closure from someone before this comes in. This person's still kind of working on themselves, happily, you know, like single, not necessarily dating. I think you've been screwed over badly, and possibly you've got these people kind of like clinging to you, popping back up in your messages, trying for round 2, round 5, round 10. But you know your worth, so, you know, you realise like where you thought you were investing, it was a bad investment, okay? So You're going to get a declaration on love because you are high valued. This person is doing healthy shadow work. This new person, they're going to come in. When are they going to come in? When's this new person going to come in, please? For Capricorn. I think they're new because I don't see any cards that say heartbreak, you know, trying to stop someone leaving, deception. I don't see anything like that. Don't lose hope, okay? So just because you've had a spate of idiots doesn't mean that it's always going to be that way. Not at all. The divine is telling you that that is not the case, okay? Why is this happening now? Why are we starting to get someone new in that's going to be really, really honest with you? Because you deserve better. Okay, you deserve so much better than what you've been given. I can't quite see what that picture is there. Is that... I don't know if it's someone on a wheelchair or a bike or... What is that? That looks like someone who's like a beggar or a pauper. I can't see what that is in that corner. Hang on, let me put it close to my own eyes. I actually can't work that out. I can't work that out. It looks like... No, I don't know. I actually don't know. But you deserve better. What's the karmic lesson? You've got a few here. You've got embracing change. Growth requires transformation. So getting stronger and quicker at telling people next, thank you, next. Trusting the unknown. The universe has a plan. Yeah, so you've got to have confidence and faith that better stuff's coming in order to let go of the dregs that you've kind of got being offered to you. You know, you've got to be quite confident, haven't you, to know there's going to be more opportunities in order to kind of pass up the ones that are being presented to you at the moment. Evolving beyond the past. You are not who you once were. You could have once entertained people like this, you know, like on purpose, because maybe you didn't realise your worth, or maybe you're just bored and it was like something to pass the time. Maybe it's a form of self-harm and you just think, I don't know, I want the drama. Whatever, we've all danced with the devil more than once, so no judgment. But I think you're just standing your ground at the moment. You're standing your ground and you're willing to pass up these like options, these in and out people, these people that, you know, fuck around with your feelings, play with your heart, drop it on the floor like it's a bouncy ball and it doesn't bounce back up, it splats, okay, and it's hugely damaged. So I wouldn't entertain that shit anymore. This person going to confess their love straight away. They're afraid, but they're going to do it anyway. They've done their healthy healing. We're not inheriting someone with a messed up, you know, mind or anything. Let's get a message from the universe. The universe doesn't want you to give up on love. It's not that you're going to be alone forever, so don't we all tell ourselves that when we've had a bad run. It's not true. You've got a few here. I know you've been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. You can. You are not being dumb to give the new person a chance. You're not. You don't have to sleep with one eye open or a knife under your pillow or a gun, on the other side of the bed. You don't have to live like that anymore. You're the person you can trust. Live your life to its fullest potential. Let go of the need for approval from others. Live up to your own expectations and no one else's. No more selling yourself short. Keep moving forward. You've got this. I like that. Be like Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. What is meant for you won't pass by you. You will never have to force something that is truly meant to be. Trust in the perfection of divine timing and allow your life to unfold as it should. Whatever comes, let it come. Whatever goes, let it go. If people are like scrabbling at the floor to get away from you, why on earth would you wait for them? Why on earth would you hope that you're going to hear from them again? If someone's trying to run away from a high value person, maybe it's because they know they're no good for you. At least not right now. So don't get a big hook and try to hook them by the neck or the scruff of their collar, because if they're trying to get away, it's because they haven't really got anything to offer you, or they've recognised that they're hurting you or you're a good person and they're just too lousy to be honest about it. Okay, they're almost running away from their own mess, really. So yeah, don't do that. If someone wants to run, open the door and let them go. Help them out. And slam the door and lock it, double lock it so they can't get back in. I feel flow. Okay, so you start to get excited, your creativity starts to flow, you get more in touch with your sensuality, your sexuality, your libido increases. When you feel like your root chakra, which is the red one, that's at the base of your spine, when you feel secure, when you don't feel on edge because you're confused and someone's in and out and you don't know what's going on, once you feel secure and stable and someone's doing everything they should predictably do when they first date you, or you just get rid of the uncertainty from your life by getting rid of the breadcrumbers and the future fakers and the yo-yoers, that's when you know where you stand at all times. You get treated well by friends, family, colleagues, whoever. And life just flows. It flows nicely. It's easy. When there's challenges, which always happens in life, you can cope with them better. Your immune system increases, and you start to feel creative. You start to feel excited. You start to get your libido back. You start to just look good. When you kind of start to get wooed by someone and they're checking out in every way and they're doing what's expected, they turn up when they say they're going to turn up. They're even a little bit early. They're squeaky clean because they prepared themselves to put a lot of effort into what they look like to meet you. They may have taken some time to think about arriving with something, although I prefer when people don't do that, to be honest. But they're staying in good touch with you. They're thanking you for giving you their time. That's not low down. That's someone who's telling you, I think you're high value and I appreciate you giving me a chance. It's being a gentleman, it's being a lady. It's just that traditional thing where everything checks out. They're meeting the expectations in every possible way. And then, you get introduced to family quite soon. You know what someone is doing when they introduce you to family fairly quickly. They're saying like, I found a really good one here, and I want the people that I love to know that I'm happy. So that's a lovely thing. And you start to glow and your eyes are sparkling and your hair looks good all the time. And you both just thrive off it because you just made up to have found each other. And it's like this is like a period that you're going to move into now, Capricorn. Sometimes you can't get closure off the fuck boys or the fuck girls. You can't get closure off them because to do that, they'd have to face up to what their life is really like, and the fact they don't have any resources, or the fact that they're a bit shit to people around them and they've always been a bit like that. They don't really want to talk about it. They don't really want to tell you like how shit they are. So you can't always wait for closure off people, but you'll get closure just by not entertaining the bullshit anymore. Do you know what I mean? I think sometimes the Libra in me wants like justice. I want like social justice. I want like the person to basically stab themselves in the chest and, profess like how shit they were to me. And I don't think they always will do that. I think sometimes you just got to boot them out, close the door and focus on, like yourself, and just appreciate that there's no more drama now. Shine. Don't dim your light. The world needs your unique talents and gifts, so shine brightly. Yeah, don't let this put you off, like your unique style, your unique taste, anything that you're good at. If your natural personality elevates people around you, don't dim that because other people are hating life at the moment. Don't do that because someone's knocked you off your feet and taken the rug out from under you. Don't let anyone get you so angry. That's not your personality to be angry all the time. If you're angry all the time, someone's treating you badly. So, don't entertain the bullshit and let people change how you present to the world, because they were attracted to how happy and carefree you were. And the reason you're not happy and carefree anymore is directly their fault. But you don't want that tinging your like personality and how you present to the people in your life, because it's not your identity, that it's their identity. So you need to like draw a line and get that away from you. We've got beauty. What a lovely picture. Today you are a curator of beauty. You are blessed with moments that let you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that all is well in the world. Oh, that's really nice. I think that's probably about finding the joy in any little thing, like whether it's the sun coming out, whether it's making tiny bunting, or making a crazy pot and absolutely loving drinking coffee out of it. Find the beauty in life. I think there's something about your personality, Capricorn, that is very uplifting to people. And when you tolerate bullshit, or even if you're not tolerating it, but if you're having to try to teach someone how to behave towards you and the message isn't getting through, it's like banging your head on a brick wall. You're wasting your time, and it's going to frustrate you, it's going to piss you off, it's going to make you angry, and that's not your personality. Okay, so just like say no more, no more, and enjoy like the high vibrations that you get from like peacitude and like people just being fair and even generous with you, because you can't think straight. You're too mad when people are doing wrong by you. What else do I need to get you? I've done messages from the universe, chakra whispers, advice. Let's get one of these. Moon and stars. Or is it starlight? No, I don't know. What is it? Breakthrough. For a star to be born, it must first collapse. This is not your destruction. This is your birth. Oh, how nice is that? I'd screenshot that. Yeah, so don't lose hope. The universe knows that you've been let down. The universe knows that you've had less than what you deserve. But it's not your kind of like destiny to be single forever. It's not. If you start to think, oh my God, I'm never going to meet anyone, I'm always going to be alone, that's not the case. Okay, the universe is like, stop thinking that, because that's not the case at all. You've got this person coming through in divine timing. I think they've been doing some shadow work. They've been healing from their own shite that they've been through. You don't necessarily need someone to turn around and say they're really sorry. They're not necessarily always going to do that. So just watch the rom-coms, go on holiday, travel, do things that make you happy, hobbies-wise. Appreciate people that do give you what you deserve, and sometimes treat you and sometimes you treat them. That's healthy, loving relationships, whether it's family, friends, colleagues, people in groups, you know, that you are part of, clubs that you're part of, strangers on the street, neighbours, anyone. You know what healthy is and you know what unhealthy is. And you deserve better than what, you know, what people have been doing to you in your kind of like romantic connections or passionate connections. I think that's it. I think that's everything I can get for you at the moment. But just know that you've got this person coming in, okay? And they are going to confess. You know, they're going to be very honest from very early on that they like everything about you, okay? And they're not bullshit. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, and I will see you in the next one. I'm going to go on to Aquarius next. If you want a personal reading, they're £25. I can do health readings using the Native American Indian medicine wheel. Health as in your spiritual health, your mental health, your physical health, your emotional health. So it's quite in every direction. Finance readings like past, present, future, how our finance is going to go. A lot of us want to know that, don't we? I can also look at, you know, what you might want to get career success in, what field you might want to go into, how to make decisions, you know, going forwards with a business or something like that. Love readings are exactly like this. It's a 9-card spread with all the clarification, all the digging, the excavation, the advice, messages, everything. So they're very, very long. Some people like it because they just like knowing this is me and my person, like 100%. I've got 100% success rate. So if you do want a personal reading, you can email me or you can direct message me on Instagram or TikTok. The email's in the channel description. Memberships are starting soon. I'm just waiting for my tax number to come back from the US still. Hopefully it's this month. If you're a member, you'll get a finance reading, a health reading, and a how to read tarot series. They're worth £25 each, those readings, plus the tarot series, which I would have charged for. See, to get all that for £5.99 is a bargain, and sometimes it's nice not to... You can go down a bit of a rabbit hole with the love readings and obsess a bit, and then you're like, oh my God, my brain's fried, and I keep thinking about it, and I just want to, like, focus on me. So it's quite nice to have, like, a bit of a balance and not just only focus on love readings. Having said that, money definitely comes and goes. It does for me. So sometimes you think, yeah, I feel like doing a subscription, money's good at the moment, and sometimes you think, I absolutely can't do that. But I just appreciate any nice comments. If it resonates, let me know. If you like my vibe or my setup, let me know. Give it a like, subscribe, it's all free, all that. So, and I read it in the car when I'm driving home, because I have like an hour commute to and from work. It just keeps me going, because I'm a full-time high school teacher, and then I do this like when I can around it, so I work a lot. Okay, on to Aquarius. Night at the pub, but it would get you probably 2 drinks in a bar. If you're on the cocktails. Yeah, my readings used to be cheaper, but all my clients were like overpaying me, because they were just like, you're undercharging, like, what are you doing? You like spending your whole time doing the tarot, and not for enough, like, you know, you need more money than that for it to like pay off. So people still pay me more than 25, to be honest. They still give me more, which is like lovely, because they just feel like it's worth that. But let's see what's coming in for Aquarius. Once memberships start, Love Collective readings will still be completely free and weekly, where I can manage it. I'm not going to start saying, oh, here's 10 minutes, now you can get the rest by paying. I hate that. I think that's bullshit, that. Because once you've got to a certain point, you must be getting like clicks from people watching ads and stuff. I didn't get that yet, because even though I've been asked, invited to join the YouTube program, until I've got my tax number, I don't get any money from stuff like that. So it's just if someone like super chats me or donates to me or buys a reading directly, that's how I get like payment at the moment. But hopefully I get this flaming number back from the States, and then get my tax treaty sorted. Hopefully we'll start getting some money. I need money. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aquarius's highest good. How is Aquarius feeling in this 3rd week of February 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for Aquarius. How is Aquarius feeling? Personal readings can be same day this week, because I'm off for half term. So that's quite a positive thing as well. I know other readers are like bigger channels, so you've got to wait like a week or more, haven't you? But I can do same day at the moment. The 5 of Pentacles reversed. So this is a positive reversal, okay? The 5 of Pentacles, when it's upright, you see how unlucky that is. This person's falling out of the Chariot, okay? That was a chariot to success, and they've been tossed out of it. They've been struck by lightning. Very, very unlucky, okay? Very like a time of misfortune. It could have been your own malinvestment, because we've got misuse, which is quite intriguing me there. So it could be like, I've invested poorly my time, my money, or my energy into something, and this is where it's got me. This is coming out of that period of misfortune. It's a sense of recovery, Okay, so that's why it's a reversal, but it's a positive one. The Hermit. Okay, so you've probably been isolating yourself. In the story of the Major Arcana, and this is the Major Arcana for Virgo, the Fool realises that he must walk this part of the journey alone because the answers lie within him. Okay, he can't ask someone else what he wants for himself going forwards. He can't do that. You have to kind of go within, don't you? Deep introspection, shadow work, shadow healing. What was my part? What was their part? Because the only people that really know that are the two people that are in the connection. So when something ends, we know, and we know the other person knows. But when you're trying to help friends understand, or you're trying to repeat stuff back to colleagues or whatever, whoever, it's your version of stuff, okay? If we're honest with ourselves, it could be that the other person was out of order, but it could be a bit of both, or it could be that you ignored the red flags, you know, in a karmic. So it's not always the other person that's wrong, and we can't always have a victim mentality and a victim mindset. We must take responsibility. So some of it is that's why it's shadow work, shadow healing. Some of it is, what do I want for myself going forwards? What kind of person do I want? Do I want someone with the same qualities, or is something now non-negotiable? And it has to be that I meet someone who is more reliable. It has to be that I meet someone who's more honest. It has to be that I meet someone who has their own money. It has to be that I meet someone who has at least a few things in common with me. I don't know. We've all kind of got these kind of revelations and this clarity through a period of isolation. I'm not saying that you're not going to work anymore. I'm not saying that you're not seeing friends or family, but you're probably not dating, okay? Because you're in this hermit period where you're thinking about, in terms of love, because this is a love reading, what do I want for myself in a future person? What is absolutely off the table and what is non-negotiable has to be there. Thanks, Saeed. The Seven of Pentacles reverse. So you could feel like you don't have a lot to show for the years that you've put into something. Because the Seven of Pentacles upright is reflection. It's looking back at the past, what's been cultivated so far. You know, this is the corona. This is the crown of success. I don't know why we've got hair. Maybe that represents like the number of years, you know, or like a long period of time of growth. There's not many obstacles here, and there's a lot of like growth and kind of fruitfulness. When you reverse it, it probably means the opposite of that. So there was too many obstacles, or there's been a major obstacle recently that's caused us to not be where we'd rather be at, or where we think we should be at. It's either status wise, resources wise, it's that ego part of us going, wow, for someone who's worked their arse off, or for someone who's been married with children, I now don't have like much to kind of like show off all those years of cultivation. I don't have much that I've yielded, or I've lost it again. So it's a very reflective energy. There's a lot of contemplation, reflection, thought, deep thought going on. Now, the one that's showing up for you, They have got the Two of Swords reversed, which is a positive reversal, because when it's upright, it's like denial. I don't want to know, I don't want to deal with it, not today. Okay, so when it's reversed, it's like, okay, I'm willing to spend some time letting this come to the front of my mind and think about it, not push it back, not sweep it under the carpet. The Star card reversed is sad, really, because what we would have done in terms of healing, we've kind of set ourselves back with that, or what we wanted in terms of wish fulfillment didn't come into fruition. Okay, so it could be like I'm having to focus on stuff that I'm not healed over, or stuff that I'm disappointed with and I don't really like it. The Sun card is moving into a more carefree period, a more vivacious period. It's the major for Leo. That's the major for Aquarius. We've got the Knight of Wands reversed. I'm no longer going to be frivolous. I'm no longer going to take huge risks. I'm no longer going to do what I feel I just want to do in the moment. I'm going to hold myself back a little bit. I'm going to think things through. I'm going to weigh things up. The Eight of Wands reversed is exactly that. It's like, right, let's put the brakes on something. Let's slow this right down. Let's create delays and blocks and challenges because I don't like how things have been going, you know, or I don't have a proper plan and I know I could mess up. So someone's deliberately, they are allowing themselves to think about stuff more before taking action. They're probably not doing much at the moment in terms of contacting you or meeting up with you. It could be a long time since you last spoke or saw each other face to face. That's purposeful. It's been done on purpose. It's not an accident. It's not because the universe created a pandemic and everything got locked down and they weren't allowed to move out their village. You know, this is choice. When you choose to put the brakes on, it's because you haven't been getting the results that you're looking for, or someone's created uncertainty, so that you no longer feel safe to carry on. Let's get two more for how they're feeling, because they were a combination. So we've got the Ten of Wands upright, someone who's just completely burdened, completely overloaded. The good news is 10 is the end of a cycle. This person's worked hard, okay, for a long time, and it shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be. They've become incredibly stoic, incredibly resilient, but they could be getting to the end of, like, you know, those energy reserves are depleted. That hopefulness is kind of coming to an end, you know, we're starting to become a bit pessimistic. The good news is it's the end of a cycle, because that being hard work. What else have we got? The Two of Cups. So you see the DNA, this is the potential of a new love where both people are attracted to each other. You've got a house, you've got lots of fruitfulness, you've got another property on the side. What have we got here? Not many mountains, you know, pretty plain sailing. Nice, flat, easy ground. Page of Swords reversed is blocking communication. And Page of Swords upright is communication. So the opposite of communication is blocking someone or just not replying to messages. The Seven of Cups reversed is when fantasy crosses over into delusion. So instead of just having a little daydream now and again, thinking about what we want for ourselves for the future, we're actually doing it more than living in the real world. We're actually having unrealistic expectations, or we're completely fantasizing to a deranged degree about what the future could be like, because we're not really happy in the present. The Ace of Pentacles reversed is the opposite of a new beginning, which is like the lack of opportunities, the lack of a new start. So this person they've got this kind of feeling that you guys have got lots of potential, that you're in love. You know, it's very new, it's very early days, and they fantasize about it a lot. Despite not talking to you about it, they're kind of gutted that there hasn't been a new beginning. Okay, and this has been going on for a long time. Let's get one more for them, because that was another combination. We've got the Five of Swords, so this is being conflicted. It could be inner conflict, so it's internal conflict, or it could be conflict with others. So you could argue every time you see each other. Each time you've tried to work things out, it results in an argument, or you have mixed emotions about how something could go. You don't feel like you trust this person 100%. You don't feel like this person's instilled confidence in you, or vice versa. It could be quite equal. You know, if you keep going quiet and putting the brakes on, they might feel like confused whether you like them or not. I'm not saying they don't deserve it, but if you're the cross watcher, there's a lot of mixed emotion here, mixed feelings about how this could be. You might keep arguing. Let's get a 3 for the outcome. So it's new love. It seems to be mutual. This person believes that the feelings are mutual between you and them, Aquarius. They feel like it's new, and it's been very laboured. It's been very hard for a long time. We've got the Magician with the 3 of Swords. There's been a lot of heartbreak, a lot of disappointment. It's not gone how we hoped it would. And there's this like desire to make the fantasy into a reality, to make what we've been thinking about night and day for the last however long into something practical, into something tangible, into, you know, everything we desire. There's a lot of emotions riding on this. Let's get 2 more for the outcome. If you notice, that was 10, which is the end of a cycle, and that's 1. So we've had 0 as a reset, and that would be the start of something new. That's what this person desires. It's breaking their heart that they feel no closer to that happening. The Ace of Wands. Now, the Page of Wands is like a miniature version of this, and I always feel like a page is naive. A page has never walked this journey before. A page represents meeting a whole new person. An Ace of Wands is when you have that much emotion invested in something. You know, we've got like a Disney castle here. We've got a woodland enchanted forest here. This is like beautiful. There's pathways that are clear. We've got rolling hills instead of jagged, you know, treacherous mountains. It's very hospitable. It's enchanted even. So this is something we've really wanted for a long time. And we're getting this huge enthusiasm and burst of energy, desire. Perhaps we're being granted, you know, a rebirth, a retry, a do-over. That's how I read an Ace of Wands. It's very different to a page. A page is naively optimistic and doesn't have so much invested in terms of emotion or feelings. They're just a little bit excited and they're looking for someone brand new. I think an Ace of Wands, you feel that kind of a way about it because you want it so bad, because you already know you like this person. You feel like it's a missed opportunity that's coming back around with an Ace of Wands. It's something we really want, something we really hoped for. And the universe is giving us a bit of good luck with an ace. It's our hard work and our determination, I don't know where that came from, our determination, our desire met with a bit of good luck from the universe. Okay, so for me, it's a rebirth, a do-over. We've got the Strength card reversed. It could be like very emotionally like tormenting. It could be wearing a little bit thin. This kind of like really wanting something so much that we've been waiting for so long. Those two were together. That was separate. That was separate. So now we get to see what this person likes or loves, and I would suggest loves, because we had the Two of Cups, didn't we? And this huge desire to manifest our fantasy into a reality. What's this person love about Aquarius? Why do they want to do over with Aquarius? I am so proud of everything you do. Okay, they're proud of you. They think you're a hard worker. They think you make shit happen. Your success speaks for itself. They think you've been very brave in certain aspects of your life, courageous. That something's certainly not been easy. They're like the person that you are. They're proud of you, okay? Whether that means taking risks, whether that means being predictable, whether it means a bit of both at different times for different aspects of your life. They're proud of you. This person, you know, the opposite of pride is embarrassment. So if you think, oh my God, that person's embarrassing, it's normally because they're a bum, they're a leech, they're a parasite. Okay, so you're not that. You've got your own money, you've got your own success, you've got your own worth, your own value, your own pride, you know, sense of self-esteem, self-respect, dignity. Being embarrassed by someone is being embarrassed because someone is unfair. They expect to get stuff for nothing. They blame everyone else. They never take responsibility. Being embarrassed by someone is the person doesn't have any taste. They got no class. They don't carry themselves in a kind of way that they should be proud of themselves. Like, or someone's arrogant. They're egotistical. They're full of themselves. They're too cocky. You know, they seem to put noses out of joint everywhere they go because it's just hard to tolerate them, you know, with them like bigging themselves up so much. That's insecurity. When people do that, it's a form of insecurity to boast so much about oneself. So this person likes the person that you are. They know that you're successful. They know that you've got your own money, your own success. Money comes and goes, but we could all name achievements that we've made, whether it's creative ones, financial ones, having the courage to walk away from something that's toxic. They're all achievements, you know, being able to reset like lifestyles to create healthier ones. They're things to be proud of. There's lots of things to be proud of. Doing the right thing, even though it's scary, or even though it means like taking the fall for something that we did, rather than trying to pin it on other people or lie. You know, telling the truth, being honest is brave. Being authentic when things are not going well, being able to be vulnerable. These are all things to be proud of, because what is the point in being fake and phony and lying that everything's going really well when it isn't? That's not anything to be proud of, because if you can't be honest with yourself, if you're lying to people, how can they help you? I can't help someone when they're telling me a bunch of lies. I can help someone who's being honest. That requires being vulnerable. Okay, so this person knows that there's a vulnerability to you. They know that you are able to be honest. They know that you've not had it easy all the time. And they know that you've had lots of success. I feel the same way. So that's like the Two of Cups, isn't it? They know that you're in love with them and they are in love with you too. Do you think about me too? Ace of Swords or Ace of Cups. This person wants to know what you're thinking. Are you also thinking of them? Okay, let's get the messy truth, because it says that this has been fairly arduous. This has not been a straight road. This person's literally blocked you or not replied to messages, or they have deliberately created space, created delays. Why have they done that? Cycle, repeat, same drama, different day, stuck in a loop, okay? So they're almost trying to assert some kind of authority over the situation because they might feel like you've been very controlling. You're my drug, craving, highs and crashes, emotional addiction. This person gets huge highs when they think of you. When you get in touch, if they see your name coming up on their phone, it's like a big rush, you know, like suddenly it's exhilarating. So you can get addicted to that. Unsent messages, what was never said, holding back, drafted and erased. So they second guess what to tell you, what to say to you for fear of chasing you away. This is a person that does not feel confident or secure in speaking freely with you because they think you're going to run and there's going to be an Aquarius shaped hole in the door. Okay, they started to like not say how they feel or not communicate because they just think you're going to do a runner. You don't want them to like you. They don't want you don't want them to commit to you or offer commitment. They think that you're trying to get away from them, basically. So what's gone on previously in this relationship between Aquarius and this person? Tangled, unable to free yourself from a sticky situation, taking a step back helps you to see clearly. It could be a very complex situation. It's not just you and them in this scenario. There could be other people to consider. There could be, you know, a lot of complications. It could have been a relationship that began in the shadows, in the darkness. Couldn't be public for many or a couple of reasons. Controlling, I said that. Power struggles lead to being manipulative, okay? So if you go quiet with them, they're going to meet your energy and go, fine, I'll be quiet with you. Because that didn't make me feel good. It made me feel confused. It made me feel like I was wrong. So guess what? I'm going to give you that back. Okay, so it's, when I say like Five of Swords, that's what this is like, you know, you feel all kinds of ways, but then you're kind of choosing how to respond. And it's very much premeditated, very manipulative, designed to regain control where we feel a loss of control. So, you know, people aren't just like that. It's like responding to your energy. So you could have tried to control the situation if it started off in a very complex way, something that was very delicate a situation. Bad choices, okay? So this person believes that there's been bad choices, that sometimes they've given away to passion, spontaneity, addiction, the desire to sort of use this connection as entertainment or distraction, to rebel, you know, from life stresses and strains. They could have felt like it's maybe toxic at times and then done it anyway, which is like only human, but that could also be creating doubt, like, is this healthy or is this like toxic? I don't know. Rock, what's that? I thought, yeah, it's rock bottom, isn't it? Rock bottom. Karma, jail or legal issues, life falling apart, self-love, loving you, taking back control, finally being happy. So this person feels like they could have made bad decisions and got involved with you at times where they should have stayed away. They could feel like they got the fingers burnt, like they're receiving karma for the decisions that they've made. And now they're just trying to exercise self-love, self-control, get some calm back, get some like neutral energy back, where it could have felt like karma's coming to bite them in the butt. If it was a relationship that had to be kept on the DL or under wraps or in the dark, already taken. So you could have been already taken, Aquarius, already being taken, or both. In which case it's had to be secretive, in which case it's been it doesn't mean there isn't feelings, but it could have started off purely sexual and kind of rebellious and naughty. So in that way, sometimes you worry that it's toxic, it's not pure, it's not innocent, it's not meant to become, a big love. It's difficult to understand, isn't it, when things start off with those terms. How do we make it legit? Is it possible to make it legit? Are people going to let us go legit? Like, it's all a bit, ugh. It's all a bit, ugh. We were supposed to be us, not just you and me. Yeah, so they feel like this huge distance between you now. They didn't really know how it happened, but they don't like being controlled. And so they've given back what they got. And it's resulted in you two now having a huge distance between you. Silence between you. Distance between emotional and physical. You may not have seen each other for a long time. Why is this happening now? Because it's time to follow your heart's whisper, okay? So if you love this person, even if it's early days, even if it's an immature love, like it's new love, but it is mutual, it's full of potential. If there's been, a lot of trials and tribulations, but you're both still obsessing over one another, there's clearly something there. Why not see it through? Because then if it doesn't work out, you can close the door on it and move on. But otherwise, you're going to feel like you've walked away from something really, really good, and you're going to hate yourself. This person it's not a shallow love, okay? It's not just like, oh, I really fancy this person and it's hot as hell in bed. They're proud of everything that you do, so they clearly think you're a person of integrity. You've had financial success. You care about what you do. That you try to move with grace, and you are someone that you prefer to be honest. You're a strategist, you're an air sign, so life is a chessboard to you, so you rarely act on a whim, in which case if you did, it's really out of your kind of like character and personality, which suggests that you weren't really happy how you were before, which suggests that there's something you really like about them in order to like behave that way. Does that make sense? Like it won't be easy, but it'll be worth it kind of thing. What's the karmic lesson here? Walking away when necessary. Some endings are blessings. So I don't know where there was an ending, but it's not always bad. Breakups, contracts expiring, divorce, they're not always bad things. Some people view it as wrong. Some people view it as a failure. I would say a lot of people are unhappily married and stay unhappily married, and it never ends well. it doesn't mean that you have to write off what was achieved together either and say, oh, that was all a waste of time then. It doesn't mean that. People talk like that to start with because they're in shock, they're hurt. It's a huge, like, upheaval in a person's life when you say you want a divorce. But who's to say it's wrong if you realise you're not happy anymore? Isn't it wrong to live life in a way that's inauthentic? Isn't it wrong to say yes and put a smile on your face when you actually want to say no and you feel sad and alone inside? I wouldn't say that that's right either. Some endings are meant to happen, some endings are for the best. If you outgrow someone and everything they do pisses you off and you start to move your hand away from theirs, or you turn to avoid kissing them, do you think that that's the right thing to do, to stay with someone and treat them like that? I wouldn't say that. I would say an ending is probably the best thing you could do for that person, so that they can meet someone that hangs off their every word, that embraces them, that puts their hand on theirs, that turns, and leans in to kiss them. You're not doing the right thing. You're no fucking hero trapping someone in a relationship where you're going to move your hand away from theirs. What the hell's that? Like, just think about it rationally, and it will make sense. You are not doing anyone a fucking favour treating them like that. It's horrible to be treated like that. I've had that, and I don't want anyone to trap me in a situation like that. No, thank you. You're not helping me at all. Thanks very much. Oh, I hold space for both joy and sorrow. Sacral chakra, I feel flow. It's time to follow your heart's whispers. When you treat yourself, when you're authentic, and you actually face what you need to, everything just gets easier. Everything flows more. Everything becomes less dramatic, calmer, clearer, easier. You start to feel the sense of enjoyment, excitement, and those high vibrations, like everything, all the rewards that you get from living life authentically and not living a lie or keeping anyone trapped in something where they can tell that you don't like them anymore, or that you're making excuses to be away from them or not be intimate with them. That's horrible. Keeping people under those conditions, that's a nasty thing to do. Don't think that you're anyone's hero for doing that, because you're not. Whether you're a man or a woman, no one wants to be rejected like that over and over. Like, that's horrible. Okay, so don't think that you're a hero because you didn't get a divorce. That's bollocks. That's all to do with ego. It's all to do with status and labels and worrying about what other people think. It's bollocks. Okay, that's not success, is it? To like move your hand away from someone else's, but you still got the ring on your finger. What? Like, what the F? What if... Oh, we already did all that, didn't we? We did all the clarification. Let's get a message from the universe then. I know that you've been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. So whatever it is, Aquarius, that you've been wanting to do and holding yourself back from, Spirit is like trying to prise your hands off the door frame of that aeroplane and make you do that skydive, make you walk through the door into the next chapter. Like, Spirit is prising your fingers off the door frame. Let's get you some advice. Abundance. Being a thoughtful steward for the money you already have is the secret to creating more abundance. When you trust yourself to handle more, that's when more shows up. So I don't know if you've been like too generous by halves by giving your money away to people. I don't know if you've, blasted money on a nicer car than what you needed, or we've all done it. Um, you know, booze or gambling or something. You could have been a little bit too confident with your spending, a little bit too spontaneous with your spending. Reel it in, okay? And you will start to see money flowing a little bit more. I'm not saying stop spending money and go into panic mode, because that doesn't help at all. We want to spend money, but wisely. We want to spend a little and have some nice times, but not throw money away irresponsibly. Okay, so just try to find a bit more of a balance. Also, that will mean, like not giving money to people who don't deserve it. So if you've been in a karmic situation and someone tells you you're selfish if you don't pay my electricity bill for me, you're selfish if you don't buy a new mobile phone for me, even though I've got no phone because I smashed it when I was angry. That's a karmic person that you are giving money to that does not deserve your money. So if you are quite a mug and you give money to someone who's probably with you for money as well as sex or other stuff, it makes them look good by association to be with you because you're a nice person, you've got a nice family. It's a karmic. Yeah, they're telling you that you're shit, that you're selfish, you're this, you're that, when they don't actually deserve a penny from you. That they broke their phone, they should have it insured. And if they keep smashing the phone because they've got a terrible temper, that's their shitty personality. That's their fault. And they shouldn't be telling you you're selfish because you're not buying them another phone. What the hell? Like, no. So abundance is also kept from you when you're giving it to the wrong people. You won't get, like trusted with more. You won't get a serious leveling up of money whilst you're giving away thousands and thousands of pounds to someone that doesn't deserve it. Like romance scams, romance fraud, all of that. Why would the universe give you another 100k or another 10k to spend on some psycho? Do you know what I mean? Not a psycho. Well, you definitely don't have empathy if you are taking money from good people. And a lot of the time it's from people that haven't got the money to give away. Even if they have, that's still wrong. It just makes you a shitty person, doesn't it? So it's not necessarily that you're a greedy person or anything like that. You could be over generous with people, and therefore the universe is like, nah, because you could just keep giving it away to people that don't deserve it. So I don't want you to like take offense with that one. Okay, a final advice card. Outer space, take the time to heal, grow, and then expand. We have been doing that with the Hermit card and the Seven. Seven's reflection, Hermit's reflection, Five of Pentacles coming out from disaster into, we've got like a kind of rebirth here where there's been heartache. There's a huge desire for a rebirth, and it's making us very emotional and, conflicted. But let's get a time in for when things could, there could be a reconciliation, reunion between the two of you. More patience is required. And then we've got springtime, so I guess March, April, May. Okay, so I hope you liked this reading. I hope it resonates. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, and I will see you in the next one, Aquarius. Personal readings are £25. They're same day for this week because I'm off. I'm a full-time high school teacher, but it's half term. So, yeah, get your orders in. You can email me at jen3585@gmail.com, or you can direct message on TikTok or Instagram. Memberships will be starting soon. As soon as I get my US tax number back, I've then got to send it off to get my tax treaty agreed so that I didn't get double taxed in both countries, both the US and the UK. So just a little bit longer for that really. It should be this month, I'm hoping. If you remember, you'll get a monthly finance reading, a monthly health reading with £25 each with the How to Read Tarot series. So an absolute bargain for £5.99. Sometimes it's nice to focus on yourself rather than oh, what's happening with love, because you can watch so many and then get so deflated that you're just I'm sick of love. I want a reading that's about me. And I know money comes and goes, so I'm not offended if you're like, oh no, I can't be doing that. Just give me a like or a nice comment. It keeps me going. Tell me if it resonates, if you like my vibe. We are going to go on to Pisces and then we are done. If you're enjoying Valentine's Day, I'm happy for you. If you are ignoring Valentine's Day, that's fine. I get it. We're having a Valentine's, so we're having a family meal out. Because my sister's widowed, I'm single. My nephews are single. My parents are together. They've got each other and they're a bit like, what the hell? But they're very loved up, my mum and dad. They are lucky. They do each other's heads in, but they're loved up as well. Sometimes come home and it's like two guinea pigs in a cage that shouldn't be together. Let me just put my radiator back up. What time is it? Oh, we're all right for time, aren't we? Perfect timing, in fact. Okay, a few shuffles. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Pisces' highest good. How is Pisces feeling in this third week of February 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in. 3 cards for how Pisces is feeling first of all, please. Why is it taking so long to come out? This never normally happens, right? This happens if I'm distracted or I'm thinking about something else. So Pisces, 3rd week of February 2026. There we go. You know what, I was thinking about the menu, but I'm going to pick for food tonight. The 8 of Pentacles, upright. See, this is hard work, determination, nose to the grindstone, you know, taking on a professional qualification, adding a trade or more trades to your skill set, starting a side hustle, expanding your business. It's trying to get to the 9 of Pentacles where you have enough abundance to pay your own way, to get the bills paid, to maybe save up a deposit for a house, whatever it is that your goals are, whatever your outgoings are, it's meeting them and having a little bit of spending money as well. So it's trying to get to a point where we have enough. Now, the 9 of Pentacles, which is the one after this, it is all about I've got enough money for me. The 10 of Pentacles is collaboration with another person to create lasting generational wealth. So that's like a family card, the 10 of Pentacles. See, this is like, you know, potentially a single. But it could be growth and expansion in terms of your attitude towards your relationship. If you are dating someone, you could think, I want growth and expansion, I'm fully invested. Does that make sense? It's someone with work tools, like a stonemason, you're like working away, big muscles, like it's hard work, determination, putting in the time, the money, the energy to growing a connection. What have we got there? That was weird when I said that, flipped over. Oh, we've got the Ace of Swords reversed and the World reversed. See, there's a lack of clarity going forwards with regards to completion of a cycle, with regards to successful completion of a cycle. So I'm wondering if you're a bit confused, if you're not quite sure. You might be thinking something over, like, hang on a minute, I've been working my ass off, and now I don't know whether I want this. That's just my thoughts with what we've got so far. Let's get another one. I mean, for example, you could be saving up for a ring to propose to your girlfriend or your boyfriend, and then you're like, shit, I don't know if I want to be in this relationship anymore. Something can happen that makes you think that, you know what I mean? Like, suddenly they make some sort of move where you're like, what? I don't really respect a person that does that. You know what I mean? You can suddenly think, oh, I don't know if I want this or not. And I'm like actively trying to like build and grow with this person. Like, the Page of Cups is happy news. Okay, so that could be an apology from someone, and you think, oh, yeah, great, because I didn't like that they did that, and they recognise that they're wrong. They dealt with this in a really healthy way. Yes, I think a relationship could work going forwards. This could be an expression of you to them. With the Page of Cups, it's normally you expressing emotion to them. Maybe you do know what you want now. Maybe you do want to continue. And so that's happy news for them. Let's see who's showing up for you. Okay, so there could be a Cancer, because this is the major arcana for Cancer. This is water energy, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. It's all about willpower. Okay, the crab has a very hard defense. They have a strong exterior. Cancers come across like the strongest of people. They could be crying a river inside and you wouldn't have a clue. They could be seriously doubting their own future. They could have the weight of the world on their shoulders and you will never ever know it with a Cancer. They just look the same all the time. My mentor, my professional mentor, is a Cancer. Someone I know at work is a Cancer. Someone else I knew at work was a Cancer. I didn't have a clue what was going on with them. They were going through breakups, they were going through job loss, they were going through all kinds of shit. And you never know, because a Cancer just looks the same on the outside. Very, very ironclad exterior. They look like carefree. They look like they're just like going with the flow of life. Like everything's like, you know, not a problem. Because other people show stress, you know, looking like they haven't slept, or another person will look like, you know, actively burst into tears, or another person will lose their temper and shout. A Cancer just looks mellow and well rested, even when everything's turning to shit. So I just find that amusing, to be honest, because I've just met another person recently. They're all friends of mine and colleagues of mine, but I'm like, wow, wow. I thought you like were just so impressive because I thought you just had it all down. But I think they give off that. But I don't think you just wouldn't know, honestly, what they're going through. They don't have to be Cancer, though. They don't have to be Cancer. But the point of the Cancer, the Chariot, is that there's huge determination, there's movement, there's actively going for a major aim or goal, and it's upright. So I think this person feels like they're going to be successful. They know what they want, they're going for it. And that's quite nice, because that's at the same time as you've got that, going for what you want, working hard at it, you know, striving for success, growth and expansion. They're quite similar cards, really. You can't get the same card twice in a 78 card tarot deck. So sometimes you get the same story with similar cards, or a similar story with very different cards. We've got the Hierophant. Did that come out sideways? I keep picking them up and then going, oh, which way was it? The Six of Wands and the Hierophant. We've not had the Hierophant this whole afternoon, have we? The Six of Wands is success. Yeah, he's got Medusa's head there. Victory. The Hierophant is about being the teacher, someone who's wise, someone who's practical, they're down to earth. From experience, they are now the teacher. It's the major for Taurus. Taurians are known for being slow moving, but they're slow and steady. Okay, slow and steady wins the race in the long term. People might get impatient. A fire sign might get really impatient with a Taurus. A water sign might roll their eyes up at a Taurus being too practical minded, too realist about stuff. An air sign might think a Taurus is a bit naive. They haven't planned everything out. They haven't done their due diligence. They haven't checked and crossed off, you know, their T's and dotted their I's. They might think, oh, you should have planned that for longer before you went about that. But yeah, the Hierophant's the teacher. They've got life experience, they've got wisdom, they don't rush into stuff. They get there in the end. They got a very practical approach. They have kind of they do calculated risks. Tauruses, they're not frivolous with anything that could affect their security. You know, if I move abroad, it's because I've secured a job in that location. I'm not moving out there and couch surfing and then just working out as I go. I would never do that in a million years. Like, not a chance, not a single chance would I do that. I am very, very practical. I'm very well prepared if I'm going on holiday. I'm writing down all the names and addresses. Do you know what I mean? I'm really like organised. I will over organise if I need to because I do everything with security. See, this is like assured success. This is the challenge. We've got all the willpower, we've got all the emotional backing, but we need a practical plan to be successful. And this person, that's the challenge for them. The Lovers, major arcana for Gemini. So you've got a lot of major arcana here. You've got the Chariot with Cancer. You've got the Hierophant with Taurus. You got the Lovers with Gemini. The Lovers are upright. See, the Lovers are, you know, Gemini's the twins. These are made for each other. They signed a soul contract in the 5D to say that they were going to have a relationship in the 3D. They're thrilled with each other and they get each other, and you know, there's an almost psychic connection between them. You know, it's that kind of ethereal, like we've known each other in a previous life because we're just like two peas from a pod. They probably have known each other in a previous life and that's why they feel that way. So this is a relationship that's meant to happen. So we kind of know what this person's going for. They might not have all the practicality worked out, but they're actively pursuing it because it's what they want, and they've got this belief that this is my person, which is a very Piscean energy, actually. I just don't know why you've got fogginess and lack of completion of a cycle. Maybe you've just been feeling a bit lost and you've been working on yourself, and then, you know, you're going to meet this person and think, wow, I actually like you. I like your vibe. Because you are the dreamer, you know, Pisces are water, you're airy fairy, you're the dreamer, but you're the kind of person that's so positive, you will make your dreams a reality before other people, because you just got this endless optimism, this hope. And why shouldn't I like have dreams? Why shouldn't I like live out my dream life? Why does it have to be a watered down version? You're the shot taker. You're going to go to the bar and take shots in terms of like making your dreams happen. You just want to cut to the chase. Do you know what I mean? You want to get there, and then you want to spend your life just living your best life. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you won't be patient in executing it, but you kind of want the fastest way to execute it so that you can then enjoy it and live your best life forever. Not like take forever getting there. So I like that about Pisces. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Sometimes people want you to be a bit more honest, a bit more practical, you know, pull you back down to the ground because you floated up into, like, you know, your life's one big novel or something. But, you know, we need dreamers. Seven of Wands is like, you're ready to defend yourself against attack. You're sort of prepared for some sort of battle, competitive, gaining the advantage, gaining the high ground. I would say that's them no more, because they got more fire with this determination, the willpower, the sense of like impending victory, wisdom, the lovers. I just feel like it's strongly like pursuit from them. I think you're working hard on your own growth and expansion. And I think you might express that you are interested in this person. But this person's like, we're meant to be. Like, I see the determination coming from them. So I think the Seven of Wands is them. You know, like determined to throw that grapple hook up to, you know, the next part of the like treacherous cliff and climb up, abseil up. Is abseiling going up or coming down? Abseiling's coming down, I think, isn't it? This, I think this is their energy, to be honest. The Three of Cups, friendship, community, coming together, celebrating. It can also be third-party connections, but I don't really get that, because you wouldn't have the lovers. I feel like all of this is intention, and this intention for a divine union, something where you signed a soul contract to be together. This huge determination, this huge wisdom and planning, and I can't see how another person would get in the way. So I think it's more coming together, community, happy times, like celebrating, like they're cheering, they're like, yay, we did it. We worked together as a team and we did it. Time to celebrate. We're victorious. So this is quite nice. We've had quite a lot of nice readings today. I think Libra and Aquarius were a bit more complex, but most of them have been hopelessly romantic, to be honest. The Five of Wands, competition. They're smacking each other with sticks. They look like them like tribal things in Africa where you just bash someone over the head with like blunt trauma. This could be a cat amongst the pigeons. There could be a competitiveness. There could be some internal conflict or external conflict. I don't think it's internal conflict though. I think it's external, because they're not conflicted. This person's not conflicted. You do seem like you're open. The only thing was like that fog was weird, that lack of clarity and lack of completion. A cycle, but that just could be like in a sort of career way. I don't know. I'm really confused why there would be so much competition. Maybe you're very attractive or they're very attractive, so that creates competition. Maybe someone's family are going to get involved and try to mess things up, or friends are going to be too opinionated. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It could just be that there's a lot of people competing for your affection or their affection. I don't know. Let's clarify and see what comes out in their previous. I'm not sure you've met yet. If you have, then it's just happened, or it's just going to happen this week, but you're going to feel like you've always known this person. They're going to like feel so comfortable to be around. You feel like you've known them for years. What's this person going to like or love? I'd say love about Pisces. I wrote you a letter on paper, but I'm too afraid to show it to you. Ooh. That's quite immature of me, but you know. See, I always get from that, like, maybe it's someone that you've known before, but you've not been romantic with. Like, someone who's like a friend of a friend, or a mutual friend of an ex, or family member. I wrote you a letter on paper, but I'm too afraid to show it to you. See, I know someone who is dating like his best friend's like brother, and they are made for one another. I was very skeptical at the beginning when he told me the age difference. When I see them together, I'm ready to buy my wedding outfit, honestly. They're like soul twins. It's weird, it's freaky, and I love it. They just, no one else would get them the way they get each other. And they're both creatives. They're both really intelligent and kind. They're like, they complete each other because they're very similar. They complement each other, and I can't imagine life with them not together anymore. And I'm like, I'll be the first to say I did not think it would work at all. Because, yeah, I just thought they were in different places in their life completely. But they're getting so much out of one another. Like, the younger one sort of is being forced to grow up and go legit, and you know, the pride that comes with that, and developing your career, and you know, making big goals to work towards. It really like brought him like into his own, and then he's kind of got a softer side which has like softened the older one. And I don't know, like they really like complement each other really well. It's really nice, very, very nice. You are wrong. What? This person feels like you two are meant to be together, and they're going to be more sure about it than you. And I don't know if it's because you've got people in your life who are going to create doubt or be judgmental of this person, but I would focus on how you feel when you're with this person, when you meet this person. If you feel like you've worked together, if you feel like this is a person of your dreams, this is a person who respects you, who treats you right, who loves you, who leaves you like completely secure in what's happening, why on earth would you let anyone put a downer on that? It's not nice when people say, oh, I don't think that's really a person. We kind of got to like let that be like water off your back, because they're not, it's not their relationship, is it? And they're not dating that person, so how can they really know? I judged based off there being an age difference. I judged based off of the fact that he kind of had more assets or stuff going for him, but he was getting mistreated by people, and this person doesn't mistreat him. This person makes him more grounded. This person is softer. He's kind of helped that person to work towards having a better job and more assets. It's a beautiful thing, you know. So they have different characteristics, different skill sets, and they enjoy doing so much stuff together. Like, they're like two peas in a pod. So who is it for anyone else to know that from the outside looking in? People can't know that. So I don't know. I don't know why some people feel the need to comment. Maybe they think they're being protective. Maybe they think this is going to be trouble for our family or X, Y, or Z. But it's no one else's choice who you date. It's no one else's like first-hand experience. It's your first-hand experience of what life is like being with that person. They're looking from the outside in, aren't they? And they're going to have their judgments, and they may change their minds the way I did. So don't let anyone like put doubt in your mind, and if they do, just try to disregard it and like think, no, it's my relationship. I'm gonna decide. It's not my job to sit and explain to people why I want to be with someone. Like, I don't have to do that. If someone thinks that you need to explain to them or justify why you're seeing this person, take the power out of their hands and just get on with the relationship and see less of that person. So then you're just letting them know, this is the person that I'm with. I'm just letting you know that we're getting married. I'm just letting you know that we're getting divorced. It's not anyone else. It's not anyone else's decision, is it? It's you and them, the person that you're seeing. It's not up for debate. You don't have to sit and justify it to anyone. It's weird the way people think they get a say, and so especially when it's friends. Maybe if you're 14 or like 21 or even 25, but when you get into like your 40s or your 50s or your 60s, why on earth are you explaining yourself to people? No. Why on earth does anyone think they get a say? I have no idea. That's a form of control, okay? Because it makes that person feel important, it makes them feel powerful, it makes them feel possessive over you because they feel insecure that they're not going to see as much of you, or they don't like that you're getting into a beautiful thing and they're not, or they're just prejudiced and their mind will be changed when they see a bit more of this person, or their mind will be changed when you just do what you're doing with this person, and just over time. It's not like you're creating situations where they have to meet them, but sometimes you just think when they see us, they'll get it, you know, and people do. I don't know why that's standing out to me. I've gone a bit of my intuition on that one. Why is this happening now? Because it's not about the outcome. Oh. Sometimes you just know it's your person, and it just because you haven't got everything right. When I lived in Italy and I hated my job, I was sick of Milan, I had a nightmare boss, I ran away from my job and I went home temporarily because I paid up my rental contract, I gave my notice, I paid it all up. So I had nowhere to live. And like I said before, I'm a very practical person. So if I know I can go home, see my family for a bit, and I'd applied for a job somewhere else and it was meant to start later. But I said, just by any chance, have you got like a need to sort of hire me sooner? And they said, yeah. So I was like, oh my God. I literally like was flying back out 8 weeks later to a new contract, a better contract, a permanent contract in, the city that I love with the man that I love. And I'd only met him a few weeks before leaving Milan. So sometimes you just know because a person presents themselves as reliable, they present themselves as doing the expected things from the beginning. And had I met his family? I think I'd met his family, but only maybe once. I definitely hadn't seen them a lot. He'd showed me where he'd grown up. Very romantic, very traditional dates, very gentlemanly, holding the door open, you know, thanking me for, like, letting me spend time with him, telling me I look elegant, you know, bringing the car round. Like, you just get signs and cues, don't you? Like, this is a good person. He had a job, he had a car, like, he was very well presented, very polite. He's always seemed fair. He was never flying off the handle with anyone. So I just kind of like knew there wasn't anything, there wasn't no enigma, there was no confusion, there was no like, oh, it's someone who's hot, but they're a hot mess. Like, it wasn't anything like that. So I was like, when he said, I said, will you help me look for somewhere to rent? Because he was out there and I wasn't. And he said, yeah. And then a week later, he was like, I might move in as well. So it was like he was actively moving things forward, knowing that I was secure with him, he was secure with me, there was no confusion. And I felt like, oh my God, what am I doing? Because we haven't seen each other for 2 months, but we have been talking every day online and video calling and all that. And it was mad. It was mad and it was romantic as hell. And it was the best thing I ever did. So, I mean, it was calculated risk because I was getting all the right signs and cues from him. I had a job waiting for me out there. And he had secured a place for me to live. So, and I knew the workplace would have helped me do that if I didn't have somewhere. So it was calculated risk, but my parents had never met him. Do you know what I mean? So if they'd like put their noses in or stuck their oar in, or however we like to put it, and intervened and said, don't you think you're being irresponsible? We end up, he's like the best person I've ever gone out with, honest to God. Like, I've never been treated so respectfully. We each put in half financially. The best days of my life were spent with that person. Like, 4 years of bliss. I don't ever remember feeling that happy in my life. If my parents had been very judgmental and said, no, you're not going, I don't like the idea of you living abroad again, I don't like the idea of you moving in with this person that we haven't met. I think he actually did meet them. I think he said quite early, "I'll come over and meet your parents." They had met him once, but they straight away, they got like all the ticks. It was just like, he seems charming, he seems lovely, you were always telling us how happy you were. So I don't know. So some people, for example, even if the person checks out, some parents don't like their child moving away. Some parents don't like their child moving off their land, never mind like moving to another country. So they put their foot in the door and they stop a person from saying, none of your business, this is what we're doing. And they say, no, you're not doing it. You know what I mean? Or friends don't like that it means you living abroad, so they try to break up the relationship. I don't know. It's just saying, you don't have to be able to practically explain how everything's going to work to know that this is a high value person, to know that this is a pretty safe bet, and all the rest of it can come into play later on over the next few months. You just get the feeling that this is a person who's honest, a person who's not going to mess you around. You're attracted to them. You want the same things out of life. They're treating you right. Like, you don't need to kind of have all this plan in place. You can do that over a few months because it's just the beginning, isn't it? But someone could have all the assets, they could be a millionaire, and it's still the wrong decision because they're not a very nice person, or they could live down the road and they end up being a toxic karmic. But no one likes the idea of you moving away, so they stopped you from moving away. Do you know what I mean? There's no point focusing on what the outcome's going to be. If it's with the wrong person, it's going to like fuck up anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's what that's about. My feet are so cold, I can't wait to have a bath. I've got to be a bath to get all the blood going round. My bones are cold at this point. I feel like I'm sitting in a refrigerator. What's this? Patience. Trust the timing of your journey. Okay, so with true love comes marriage and babies and buying houses together. With true love comes true happiness and a life that's authentically happy, a loving, respectful relationship. Someone could have loads of money, or someone could be in the next village, so that makes all your friends and family happy, but then they start hitting you. That's not, do you know what I mean? Start focusing, pick the right person, and if it's functional, if it's healthy, you can build it into like the picture that you want it to be. You can get the right puzzle pieces in the right place. It might take a little bit, but when it's the right person, the pieces click into place perfectly and easily. Don't let anyone put you off. If you are getting the right signs from someone, if you know it's healthy, if you know it's loving, if you know it's fair, if there's some element of romance and tradition and it's nice and you like it, not love bomby, just honest and not confusing, and the person wants it as much as you want it. I don't know, it's just sometimes you just know, like, I'm gonna look at your side just because there's like fogginess, and I don't know why people might try to get in the way of this, a lack of completion. I'm gonna dig on your side. I've done this a lot today, but it's kind of worked for me. Because they're looking all good, so I don't know why anyone would try to trip this up, to be honest. What's the messy truth for your previous? He never really loved me. Oh my god, that's so upsetting, that image, isn't it? That's so upsetting. Truth revealed, illusion shattered, heartbreak. Oh my god. So someone let you down loads in the past, and there's nothing quite like that, because you feel like someone made you feel so secure, so like, yes, we're going to be together. Yes, it's going to be forever. You're my person. You're amazing. When someone like that all the time, you have no reason to like think anything else is going to happen. And then suddenly it's all off. And I'm talking like well into a relationship, like a year, 2 years, 3 years, you've not reached those big goals, but every single day that person's like, I'm obsessed with you, you're my person, we're going to be together forever. Why on earth? They've conditioned like extreme loyalty in you, and then suddenly they're like cutting themselves loose and running from you. So it seems like something like that happened, which could have set you back financially, which is why you're still on the 8 of Pentacles, or you've gone back down to the 8 of Pentacles where you could have been at 9. This person's very gung-ho about this, but you're like foggy, you're unclear, you're unsure. So something bad has obviously happened for you to feel like that. Childish. Someone was very childish. Someone has to be the adult in the room. Maybe the terms should be grow up or get out. Secret desires, unspoken needs can plunge you into deep confusion. It could have been very surface level, like, this person was very good in bed, or they looked really good, they thought you looked really good, but they never really loved you. Maybe you developed feelings for them, and instead of cutting you free and letting someone properly, like, look after your heart, they kind of threw yours on the floor, you know, thinking it would bounce back up many times. And, you know, hearts are not bouncy balls. They can't recover like that. So if someone knows they haven't really got feelings for you like that, but they love that you've got feelings like that for them, you know, that's really like a head fuck, where people keep coming back and never really let it get anywhere. They need to just do one, really, and stay away from you. If they're actually a good person, they should think, oh, do you know what, I think they've fallen in love with me and I didn't feel like that, so I need to stop this. They didn't do that. They enjoyed, like, you gazing into their eyes, like, you know, loving on them. Copycat. I'm always a bit confused by this one, copycat. There could be someone that's a bit of a fake, you know, and they look at the way other people woo when they do actually want a relationship, and they create those kind of, like, behaviours, exhibit those behaviours, act those kind of behaviours out, but they're not actually in love with you, and they don't see themselves falling in love with you. So I don't know why I'm getting a bit karmic stuff from this. Like a future faker, someone that's very manipulative and premeditated. Because then they get to use up your money, you see, in that time that they waste your time. Or they get, like, a nice reputation because they're associated with a nice person who's come from a nice family. Rock bottom, self-love, communication, conversation, expressing feelings, mind games, immature, testing you, analysing you, seeing what you'll take, seeing if you'll keep taking them back. We've got karma, jail, legal issues, life falling apart, loving you, taking back control, finally being happy after all this mess that this person put you through. Toxic people. I've never had that card come out. Never. Addictions, bad advice, wrong crowd. This person's immature. They behave like a tit. They listen to their mates and their other bad influences. They could have done jail time. They don't have to have. But they're in and out of money, you know, like, they're constantly, like, hitting rock bottom, and that's why they need to be parasitic off nice, stable, empathetic people. Sneaky, mysterious, hiding information. So they could be in a flat-out liar. They try to present themselves a kind of way to get your time, because why would you give your time if you know they're a jailbird, if you know they've been in trouble with the law, or they regularly bring drama to the people around them? Why would you waste your time because you're a nice person? So that's why they have to be, like, a serial liar. Let's get a message from the universe. Don't let anyone rush you down the aisle or try to get you pregnant quickly, okay? Because that's someone who's trying to get you to be theirs. They're trying to snare you before the mask slips, okay? So that's why people love bomb and future fake, because they kind of listened to you ramble on about how much you want to get married, how heartbroken you've been, and they know that if they offer those things, you'll stay in it. So that's why you should always heal properly before you get into a relationship, because then you just kind of look for healthy love and you're patient with how long it takes. You don't kind of feel desperate and think, well, I shouldn't really need to pay for this for them, but I will because I just want to be in a relationship right now. Or it's very soon for us to be looking at marriage or babies, and I don't really, you know, I don't really know why this person's so keen to do it. No one else has been that keen to do it. You balance it out and be like, this isn't, like, really normal. The journey wasn't the smoothest or the most pleasant lately, but everything is coming together. Your patience, you got patience twice. Your patience, strength and perseverance will soon be rewarded. The wait is almost over. Hold on. Okay, so you could have like rushed down the aisle or met someone who's trying to rush you into stuff because they're karmic before. But Spirit's saying don't focus on marriage and babies. Focus on finding a healthy love with a nice person who sees your worth, who's always fair, who gives half, who's a gentleman or a lady, and you feel like full dignity, full kind of effort going in, good intention, like they're constantly like reliable, they're always like considering what's right for you, they value you. Someone who's level-headed and balanced, because someone that's on the phone to you constantly, messaging you constantly, they're trying to keep you on a leash. That's controlling behaviour. That's someone with a mask that's trying to keep tabs on you at all times because you're their resource and no one else is going to take their resource. Okay, so you're not really being protected by them doing that. They're taking all your time up, okay, by doing that. They're not letting anyone get close to you because you are like a giant sack of money to them. You are like a good reputation that they can attach themselves to. So don't take it as like a healthy relationship with someone being on the phone night and day, because it's not. That's controlling behaviour. And they'll be doing all sorts as soon as you put the phone down. They'll be with prostitutes or doing whatever in another relationship. So, and being healthy, like they run, to get the car because they're a gentleman, or like, they hold the door open for you, or they reply, after you've messaged. It's not like a long time before they reply. They ask you questions about yourself to get to know you. They thank you for like gifts that you give them, or they buy things for you, or they've got their own money and they pay half and they pay on time. They're open with you, they're vulnerable with you. They do nice, thoughtful things, because it don't always have to cost a lot of money. Sometimes it does, but it's like they do their half around the house. They're not leaving it all to you, or being immature about stuff like that, like they're a mature person. Just trying to think of like different things, different indicators that it's like a healthy, loving relationship. They never call you names, because names is bullying. Never name calling. They do want to hear you out, but they're also confident to kind of challenge. They let you go out and have fun because they trust you. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that you can use as an indicator that this is healthy. They're not trying to control what you wear or what you spend. They don't need money from you. They'd rather you didn't spend money on them, like, because they want to treat you. Because even that intention to do that sometimes, you can then do it back. And it's give and take, and it's choice. And it's like, I like spoiling you and you like spoiling me. Whereas another person might be like, yeah, I'll get you the money. Can you give me this amount? Yeah, I'll pay you back. Can you give me this amount? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's not wrong to spoil each other, but it has to be both of you doing it. It can't be like, okay, I guess they'll pay me back at some point. If that's happening, they're bullshit. Okay, they're just with you for your money. People are very crafty as well. I had someone who's a jailbird now, right? And he would make out like he paid for the hotel, and he actually pulled a favour off a friend, but he let me believe that he paid it, and so I paid. I paid for a hotel. You know what I mean? So he paid a week, I paid a week, as far as I thought, and then I found out that it must have been a favour, and I'm like, that's not the same. That's not the same thing, like, at all. And then he would let me think that he was paying rent on his work property. And he would even create stories that he was paying all of the rent where it's supposed to be shared with his colleagues, but he was such a good person and they didn't really have the money. Yeah, like, it's actually disgusting. Like, you are going to hell, mate, for saying all this. And then, like, when I spoke to his colleagues, they were like, what? There's no rent. Like, it's free. It's free board. That's why we share accommodation. It's free. And I was like, oh my God, like, not only if you, like, lied about paying rent, you've lied that you're paying all of their rent as well. And I might sound dumb, but you would not believe the finesse that this person had. And there was also, like, some, like, language barrier as well. But a lot of people do hoovering, so they get all their friends and family to go along with the lies as well. Because they've had it all their life, so they're just like, at this point, they're indoctrinated to the crazy, and they just need the psychopath to, like, not hurt them, and not, like, lose their temper, so they just, like, or they just roll their eyes up because they're like, oh, this is, like, another girl believing all the bullshit. Do you know what I mean? I'm telling you now, it just happens, like, usually you're in a place where you're more gullible, but sometimes the person just so outrageous that you would never think they would lie about. He lied about being in the military to give himself, like, a sense of honour. He lied about bringing his son up solo. He was actually in prison. That's why that's why his mum brought up the son, and it was to get away. The wife or girlfriend left to get away from him. She wasn't a bad mother. She needed to get away because he was scary when he lost his temper. So it's all bollocks. What that person told me, by the time he was done, I had a whole picture of him that was very shiny. So I had no reason to think that anything he was telling me was bad. And then no one was really putting me right. But we weren't really talking that much because there was a language barrier, like, me and his family. But the ones that did speak English didn't correct me. But they must have been like, huh? Do you know what I mean? Then when we all spoke to each other, it was like, wow, okay, this is really bad. There was one person that whistle blew on it because he was always having to dig him out of stuff, and that was his brother-in-law. And the brother-in-law was still involved because obviously he has a nephew that he cares about. But I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. You wouldn't believe what some people do in this life. It's the devil. I told his mum, like, your son's the devil, he's a monster, and she was like, you've really upset me by saying that. And I'm like, well, look at the drama that he's doing, look at the lies he's telling. She just wouldn't hear it. She found it too upsetting, and it's like, God, really should have, like, disowned him by now, you know. Morning star, keep shining even when the others have quit. See, this is your, like, secret power, Pisces. Like, you're the hopeless romantic, the optimist, the dreamer, you know. But don't look for the outcome just yet. Look for the right person, okay? That's the main thing. Because life is a game of snakes and ladders, and when you set up shop with the wrong person, when you get into bed with the wrong person, you're only going to slide down another snake. You're not going to climb the ladder. It might seem like you're climbing the ladder. but you're not. You're not. It's a quick way down. Okay. What else can I get you? Let's get you a timing for when you're going to meet this person, because I think this person is worthy of your taking a chance on them. You know, they view you as the lovers, as someone they've known in another life. You're going to be like two peas from a pod. They're very determined. They're a wise person. But other people could try to undermine this connection. So just try to like not get swayed by anything anyone's saying if they try to get in your head, because it's not their relationship. Okay, you've got to use your discernment and protect this. Okay, so a timing for when this person, they could be a Cancer, they could be a Taurus, they could be a Gemini, but they don't have to be. When's this person going to come into your life? Within a month. OMG, within a month. Really soon. So it could be next week, the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, but it's going to be before a month is up. That's cool. I like that. Okay, take care of yourselves, Pisces. I hope this reading resonates. Please give it a like. Share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel. Hype me up, and I'll see you in the next one. I think I'm probably going to do... I am going to upload... I'm going to split up the lives into individual readings. So it may be that I go live on Monday because it's half term, so I can. Yeah, because I'd rather get all these uploaded before then trying to do the next set of lives. Yeah. So I'll probably go live on Monday or Tuesday to do the next 6 signs, you know, so Aries 3 to Virgo. If you want a personal reading, they're £24. You can email to arrange that. You can direct message on Instagram or TikTok. Memberships, I will start as soon as I can. It's probably going to be this month or next month. I'm just like, my hands are tied because I need to wait for this tax number to come back from the US, and then I'm applying for a tax treaty so we don't get taxed in the States as well as here. So there's just like a little bit to go yet with that, but members will get a monthly finance reading, a monthly health reading using the Native American Indian Medicine Wheel, and a How to Read Tarot series for $5.99. Okay, bearing in mind these readings are worth £25. It's a bargain, but I know money comes and goes. So with that being said, just please encourage me, because I'm a full-time high school teacher. I do this channel around that, which everyone knows teachers have a loads of free time. Not. So I get quite tired and stuff, but if you know, if you can leave me a comment, which is free to do, I will love you forever. Who doesn't want to hear that, you know, someone found the reading resonates, or you like my vibe, or you like my setup? I love to hear it. We love to see it. I hope you have a nice Valentine's evening, or just a nice Saturday or Sunday if you've got to work today. And I will see you in the next one, probably on Monday or Tuesday. Okay, bye guys.